Hey everyone, and welcome back to the Fanfiction podcast. I'm so excited to have you here. Today, we're diving into a brand new story. What if Belle became a solo adventurer? Part 4-inch. Before we jump in, don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and drop your thoughts in the comments below. I'd love to hear what you think. Chapter notes. Belle has a good time while he can. I'm Barak. I finally brought back the milk. I hope it's tasty for you all. A lot has happened since last time, and I'm honestly just gonna copy and paste the author. Notes from the most recent Ma X Damachi fanfic chapter to explain it. Holy shit, this last year has been a doozy for me, and I'm once again sorry for leaving to go get the milk for that long. But man, a lot has happened. So first off, in case you haven't seen the latest notes on my Legend of Zelda Arkanojaba fanfic, I've officially graduated from college. Woo. Sociology. Degree with a minor in creative writing, baby. That's what it's about. Glad that's finally over. And yet, I didn't suddenly have so much free time to write more of all my fanfics like I thought I would. Now that I've graduated, my dad has been practically military training me and teaching me how to become a bartender and work in catering since he'd said he'd take me under his wing when I finished school, and holy shit, has been keeping me so fucking busy. Each day he's not working, he makes me either drive everywhere for him for errands to make me practice my driving or starts training me in everything he could in terms of bartending mannerisms and layouts. I'm talking about practicing how to pour the same bottle in the same glasses for hours a day with him watching me. And the days he's out working and I'm home, I still have to study. Cause bartending isn't all just know the drinks and pour everything together. Not only do I got to memorize the drinks, but I got to read a whole book that he made with so much technical knowledge with backstories on different liqueurs and liquors. Even when I've finished college, I still got to study. I really think my dad expects the most from me out of my siblings, cause while I finished school, my brother dropped out, and my sister did too, while ending up as kind of a neat. I swear, my parents spoiled her like a princess in that she didn't need to do anything around the house, and now she does nothing but play Minecraft all day with only a part-time job, even though she stubbornly decided she won't do school again. So, yeah, pressure for me to better. But enough of that. Enjoy this chapter. Final note, before we get started, I realized that in chapter 3, I mixed up the gods banquet with the term donatus, which is actually where they talk about leveled up adventurers rather than parties. I quickly fixed that. Wanted to clarify because no, Hestia is not gonna suddenly ditch the donatus, going to give Belle an alias. See the end of the chapter for more. Notes. Hestia, please. You've been clinging to me ever since I picked you up from your job. Ehehe. Come on, Belle, I had a long day at work. Just let me hold you, Tilda. I would if you didn't keep grabbing my abs. Walking through Arario's street under the night sky, Hestia practically glued herself to Belle's back with her arms wrapped around his waist. Her hands, in particular, dug under his shirt to grope his recently gained blessing, giggling in bliss the entire time. Belle struggled as he walked, desperately trying to ignore Hestia's own blessings pressing against his back. To think, he had just been a scrawny kid last night, only to wake up looking so much cooler. And yet, things just seemed to be getting weirder for him. Anus suddenly collapsing, girls actually looking at him, and Hestia becoming clingier than ever. It felt like it was only the beginning of more to come. Speaking of Aina, despite initially passing in the middle of their conversation about the 8th floor, she had thankfully shot right back up to her feet a few seconds later. She even agreed with his request to let him go to the 8th floor if he passed its written test, which he did. She hadn't looked at him the entire time. She must have been angry that he was diving down floors too fast. But at the very least, she seemed calmer about it once he told her that he managed to get a supporter from the Soma Familia to help him out. After leaving the guild, Belle had gone out and picked up Hestia from her job like they had talked about, so the two could have dinner at the Hostess of Fertility, just as he had promised. Ryu and Syr. Leading to now. Hestia, please. This is embarrassing. Belle begged his goddess as he awkwardly fumbled down West Main Street in her hold. Don't worry, Belle, I'm not embarrassed, Tilda. That is not what I meant. This continued for several minutes, and at some point, Belle couldn't take it anymore. Hestia, that's enough. He reached down and grabbed his goddess, making her yelp as he yanked her off the ground. Holding her underneath her upper arms and arm's length away from him, Belle had his goddess before him at eye level, leaving her legs dangling in place. Both paused at their new positions, staring at each other in the middle of the road. Hey, she doesn't weigh a thing. He idly noted, curious if this was because of the falna or his new muscles. On the other hand, Hestia started becoming self-conscious of being held up like a child. Cheeks pinkening the longer she was held up. Belle, can you put me down, please? In a relatively rare scenario, her child didn't immediately listen. Instead, Belle considered her request, blinked in realization, and then innocently gave her a smile that didn't reach his eyes. He wordlessly started carrying her through the streets. It took a moment to realize what was happening, but Hestia soon started flailing around with her face growing red. Belle, put me down. Wait, put me down. He just kept going, ignoring the weird looks he was getting from passers-by. Some raised eyebrows, concerned about what was happening, until, stop it. I'm sorry, all right. I'll stop touching your abs for a little bit, okay? Everyone's sweat dropped and continued on their way like nothing was wrong. Belle, this is embarrassing. Hestia begged and flailed. Oh, don't worry, Hestia, I'm not embarrassed. He innocently responded. That is not what I dash. Oh ha, you think you're real funny, don't you? Hestia pouted. When did you get so cheeky? Hey, now that she mentions it. He wouldn't normally. Oh, they are here. Hestia, we're here. Belle abruptly stopped in front of the large structure with lights peering out from the inside. The hostess of fertility. Belle gently lowered his goddess to the ground. Thankfully, she didn't immediately latch onto him again. Instead, both stood side by side across the street from the pub, the deity, skeptically glaring at the wooden building. This is suspicious. It looks too normal. Hizisha immediately declared. But what's even worse is that name. Who in Gukai names a pub after fertility of all things? You know, now that she pointed it out, wouldn't that usually give the wrong impression? Maybe it's just meant to be a metaphor. Belle offered weakly. A metaphor for what? I'll get back to you on that. Hestia abruptly grabbed onto him again. But rather than feeling him up again, she just clutched him in concern. Belle, I don't like this. You shouldn't have promised to come eat here. What if it's a trap after all? Belle couldn't exactly blame his goddess's paranoia, given what he's experienced from the waitresses so far, but he had already made a promise to them. And it wasn't like he hadn't checked on the credibility of the place, either. I asked Miss Aina about it before picking you up. Apparently, it's a popular place for adventurers to eat and hardly anything suspicious about it. Look, there's someone from the Ganesha familiar entering now, he said, motioning at someone wearing an elephant mask. Entering the pub. That enough should tell us it's okay. Besides, if the waitresses here want to do anything, then they had the perfect chance yesterday. Belle frowned, remembering how powerless he felt in the presence of Ryu. That elf waitress, Ryu, she's strong, very strong, at least 2 levels higher than me, and that's just at minimum. Hestia's eyes enlarged, and she hugged him tighter in fear. Really? But why is someone like that working at a pub? Belle could only shrug. Maybe she's a retired adventurer? It shouldn't matter, Hestia. She and Syr genuinely apologized to me, and they even held onto the minotaur skin that I dropped. Really? Hestia's eyes sparkled at the thought of regaining their lost money. He nodded. Yes, so please be polite when we show up. They wouldn't do anything to a goddess anyways. Hestia considered his words more carefully, finally surrendering with a sigh. Fine. The goddess grumbled. But only if you let me hold your abs. I refuse. Belle deadpanned. But why? Do I even need to explain? It took a minute of fighting her off before Belle finally managed to get Hestia to settle for only holding his hand, a notion that probably would have had him red to his face before he had ever gone to the 5th floor. He then led her inside the well-lit pub. Belle only took a step inside before freezing. They're all strong. While he knew that Ryu was strong already, he hadn't fully discerned the similar strength of the cat girls who had chased him the previous day. But now, standing in the vicinity of the feline women carrying trays, he could feel similar auras that instinctively put him on guard. However, what really made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up was the large, muscled, brown-haired woman wiping the counter. She has the most intimidating aura he's ever felt, even more than the violas he encountered in the sewers. And entirely out of place among these monsters, with no aura at all, was the bluish-gray head waitress who immediately noticed him enter. "Belle, you made it, dash." She took one look and froze like he had a moment ago. "ARA." The sound of her clattering tray drew everyone's attention. SYR stood before him with wide eyes and pink cheeks, staring at the mature-looking young man she had just met yesterday. He had already looked adorable to her before, but this transformation was something she had not expected and, not to mention, she wasn't prepared for at all. The other waitress's reactions weren't that different. Anya's jaw dropped as did the mug of ale she was holding, spilling its contents to the ground. Chloe's tail shot up as she slammed her hands on the table she was wiping, her form trembling with a face of confusion. Leunice eyebrows rose with a look of intrigue as she noted the handsome young man who had just entered, and Ryu, completely stilled by the entrance to the kitchen, mouthed the slightest bit open but no less as dumbfounded as the rest of her co-workers that had actually seen Belle before. Oh, for fuck's sake. MIA facepalmed at the spilled drink and the reactions of everyone. "Oi, you better clean that up, now." SYR and Anya jumped as the former picked up her tray from the ground while the latter ran to get a mop. "Hi, Belle," she finally said with a nervous laugh. "I'm glad you showed up. You look, The girl hesitantly gave him a once-over. "Different today." Hestia went from holding his hand to abruptly hugging him possessively with a pout. "Yeah, it just sort of happened," Belle offered, for he had no reasonable explanation for his change. "Well," SYR nervously shuffled in place. "You look jiggered." "I'll say Tilda," a seated Amazon purred near them, sending a shiver down Belle's spine. "Hiss." Hestia clutched him tighter while baring her teeth, which only brought a chuckle from the scantily dressed woman. He was regretting coming here already. "Hey, you gonna stand there like some kind of art display or sit down and order something?" MIA bellowed from the counter. Belle jumped while Hestia shrunk back. "All right, sorry. Just get over here." MIA pat the counter with a huff, then took a one-over of the room. "And, the rest of you never seen a pretty boy before. Get back to your drinks." That had everyone more or less returned to what they were doing before, albeit with a lot more whispers, brief glances, and giggles, most notably from the women. Belle led Hestia to the counter, worriedly paying attention to the waitresses from the corners of his eyes. Both waitresses were staring at him, the brown-haired one repeatedly wiping her eyes like she was seeing things, while the black-haired one looked as if someone had shot a child in front of her. They took their seats and looked up at the apparent head of the pub, the large woman giving Belle a flat stare. "So you're the guy that's been causing my girls to give me gray hairs lately?" Hestia nervously clutched Belle as the boy sputtered. But I didn't even do anything." "I know, that's the worst part," MIA deadpanned. Both drew breaths of relief as the woman's attitude softened. "Well, it's good to have you here. I'm MIA Grand, owner of this pub, but folks call me Mima. MIA." She introduced herself with a pointed thumb. "I'm Belle Crannell, a rookie adventurer." Belle gave an unintentionally charming smile as he motioned a hand at the woman clinging to him. "And this is the goddess of my familia, Hestia. It's nice to meet you." "It's nice to meet you," Hestia repeated while warily eyeing the two cat waitresses giving Belle looks from across the room. They turned to each other with panicked looks and hand motions that spoke. "What the fuck?" Mia's fiery glare made them squeak and split off to their posts. She then apologetically looked down at Hestia. "Look, I'm real sorry about my girls. It looks like they got so used to sending men running that they forgot how to even talk to them." The waitresses all flinched. That wasn't a flattering description. "Hey, I'll make it up to you. Your first round here is on the house. As long as you promise to keep eating here in the future." She finished with a grin, bringing sparkle to Hestia's eyes. Belle was taken aback by the offer. "What? No, we can't possibly dash. I'll have the spaghetti, fried catfish, and the house special." "Hestia." "What?" she offered. "Huh, a woman who knows what she wants." MIA laughed. Belle sighed before taking a moment to consider his own order, a few meat-related dishes. After that, it didn't take long before the first parts of their meal arrived, their steaming aromas, glistening appearances making them salivate before they started digging in. Tilda show good." Hestia moaned as she practically demolished the catfish. Belle similarly enjoyed his own food, making a note to store meals from here to eat in the dungeon in the future. They maintained this jolly air as they dined, all of their previous worries about the pub slipping away. Now that you've settled down, humor me for a bit. Mama MIA leaned over the counter with a smirk. I'm curious about my girl's reactions to you. SYR mentioned something about you looking different. Heh, no doubt she would have mentioned if you were quite the looker with how much she talked about wanting to meet you again. Mama. The mentioned waitress blushed as she showed up with drinks. Hestia narrowed her eyes in suspicion before grabbing one of the wooden mugs and downing it. As for Bell, he sheepishly smiled as he came up with a response. Well, when I met Ryu and SYR yesterday, I was actually much more scrawny. But when I woke up this morning, I was like this. He motioned at himself. I think I finally hit my growth spurt. So you did. MIA laughed, reaching over and ruffling Bell's hair. But don't hold back now. You're still young, so eat as much as you can to keep it going. With that, MIA left the counter and into the kitchen, allowing SYR to step up beside them. I'm glad you came, Bell. You too, Goddess Hestia. SYR addressed with a cheerful smile. Hestia squinted her eyes at her. Your lucky Bell is just too forgiving. If it was me and that had happened, I would have stayed as far away as possible. Hestia, please be nice. Bell sighed. Everything was just a misunderstanding. Try not to hold it against them. HMPH. She pouted before looking away and chugging down a mug of ale. SYR didn't look too disappointed. If anything, she looked sympathetic. I understand if you're still worried for Bell. It just shows how much you care about him. He must be really special to you, right? Hestia looked up in surprise before a smug grin formed on her ale-smeared mouth. Bell is the most precious boy in Gakkai, and I'm the luckiest goddess in the world to have him. Him growing abs only made him 10 times better. Can you not say something so embarrassing like that out loud? Bell cried out with a red face, making SYR giggle. Goddess Hestia. The three turned their heads and saw Ryu approach with a serious yet earnest gaze. My name is Ryu Lion. I'm the one who had mistakenly intimidated Mr. Cranel before. Hestia stiffened at that, feeling an immediate dislike for the elf. But then she politely bowed in a perfect 90-degree angle. I apologize for my actions. Although it was a misunderstanding, that doesn't change the fact that I acted on impulse without fully analyzing the situation. It was shameful of me to do so, and I can only beg for both yours and Mr. Cranel's forgiveness. The elf's formal and earnest apology caught Hestia flat, just as Bell had been the previous day. While a part of her wanted to stay mad at the elf, the decorous speech and 90-degree bow she was giving in a public place felt too over the top not to feel embarrassed and guilty. About. Hey, stop that. I accept it. I really do. Just don't bow down like that. Hestia rapidly spoke in panic while Bell chuckled beside her. Thank you. Ryu raised her head in evident relief. She then turned her attention to Bell, eyeing him up and down in curious wonder. Mr. Cranel, you've changed since yesterday, incredibly so. It's quite sudden. Bell nervously chuckled. My growth spurt was bound to hit sooner or later, right? It sure did wonders. SYR sighed dreamily, only to flicker to a cheerful smile as if nothing happened. Are you two enjoying yourselves? Bell lit up. I am. The atmosphere here is great, and the food is absolutely delicious. MMPH. Ish okay. Hestia begrudgingly admitted between bites of food before taking another mouthful of ale. I'm glad to hear it. So you'll come again in the future, right? The waitress asked eagerly. Well. Bell glanced at Hestia, who alternated between scarfing down food and chugging ale, then turned with a smile. I guess so. The pub has a good atmosphere, and you all seem nice, he responded, only to halt. His brow slightly furrowed before he turned to the quiet elf. Ryu, can I ask you something? She noted the sudden uncertainness in his gaze and nodded. Of course. Bell took a moment to collect his words while Hestia chugged another mug. Besides SYR, why did you and the others decide to work in this pub when you're so strong? Ryu and SYR's eyes flickered in surprise. You're quite perceptive to realize that, Mr. Cranel. Really? It just seemed kind of obvious to me. He couldn't simply admit it was thanks to a stat on his falna that shouldn't exist. I'm just wondering why you're not in the dungeon like other strong people would be. Bell, you should know better than to ask a lady's secrets. SYR playfully chastised while wagging a finger before him. Oh, I'm sorry. He babbled quickly. It's fine, Mr. Cranel. I can't blame your curiosity. Ryu reassured. She looked down, and, for a moment, Belle saw something solemn flash in her eyes. Unfortunately, I can't share the personal reasons of my co-workers, nor will I share my own. Ah, that's fine. I'm sorry for asking about something personal. He was a little disappointed, but wasn't surprised. He was, however, somewhat concerned by what he had seen in Ryu's eyes. Wha? Watcha all talking about it. Belle, don't leave Mr. out. Hestia suddenly cut in with a slam of her empty mug, with 3 more empty mugs beside them. Her face was notably redder than before, and her eyes were glazy and unfocused. Belle gaped at her. Hestia, are you drunk? Wha? Course nah. She denied it, only to wobble forward and fall face first into Belle's chest. The boy catching her in panic. You are? Belle exclaimed. Hestia let her face stay in her child's armless chest before taking a deep whiff of him. Her hands then dug underneath his shirt, earning a yelp in return as she roamed to his new abs. Bwee Tilda. Hestia. Stop that. Belle turned tomato red as he pried her hands off him. Woo. Juice a few squeezes please. Syr intensely stared with envy while Ryu turned away, cheeks turning similar shades of red. Belle and his goddess spent more time than expected in the hostess of fertility, the busy night. Slowing down enough for 2 waitresses to meet in the back of the pub and speak. Or, rather, one was speaking. The other was sulking against the wall with depression so obvious that you could practically see the dark clouds above her. Anya peeked at Belle from the doorway before turning to her fellow cat girl on the right with bulging, astonished eyes. What happened to white-haired Kuan? He didn't look that hot. Cute Tushy Kuan, how could you? Chloe bemoaned lifelessly. You were supposed to be a super young and cute Tushy Kuan, but now you're a sexy, manly Tushy Kuan. Why? She slammed a fist on the wall. Dear gods, why? As her fellow catgirl stared flatly at her, Chloe cried waterfalls of tears before shakily peeking out at the boy who lost the most appealing thing to her. She then did a double take. Seated at the stool, Belle's pants tightly hugged his new build, emphasizing a particular part she was staring at. Chloe slumped against the doorway, her tail swishing as she sighed, still sad but notably less disappointed than before. Well, I guess this is fine too. Anya facepalmed. A second later, Lunwa approached them with a basin of dishes in her hands. You two never told me that the guy Ryu chased off was quite the looker, she said, taking a glance at the attractive boy trying to pry his drunk goddess off of him. He didn't look like Nyat before. It's like he transformed with magic. Anya grabbed her hair with a look of utter bafflement. The human raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Cute Tushikuan didn't look manly like that when we saw him. He was so perfect before. Naya. Chloe lamented. Lunwa gave her a disturbed look. If Chloe is that disappointed, then you're probably telling the truth, and for his safety, it's probably for the best that it happened. Naya. Chloe glanced back at her with a question mark popping above her head. What do you mean? A dry look stared back at her. I wonder. It's no secret to the pub waitresses what Chloe's preferences are. It might have been a blessing for the boy to suddenly grow up, although they had no idea just how it had happened. Speaking of preferences, Lunwa took another glance at Belle, who was gently hugging his now passed-out goddess against his chest, caressing her hair while apologizing to a laughing Memar MIA for her sloven state. Handsome and maternal. She sighed, remembering a time when she had considered looking for a husband who'd let her laze around and take care of her. But most men in this city are either arrogant drunks or complete idiots. Twitching, Lunwa fumed and stomped away, leaving a melancholy Chloe and a blank-faced Anya, the latter alternating from looking at Belle to her fellow cat or where Lunwa had left. Is no one gonna question why white-haired Kuan suddenly looks hot? Belle wasn't ignorant of the stares he was getting, especially the varying levels of disbelief from the waitresses who had seen him before. The system had caused a sudden change too, noticeable for anyone to ignore, and he was just hoping that the staff hiding by the doorway wouldn't come asking questions. It's probably time for us to go. He's already spent quite some time here at the pub. Not to mention, he actually has an excuse to leave in the form of his goddess passed out drunk in his arms. Sure does look like it. Mamau Mia chuckled as she wiped down a jug. Your goddess sure let her hair down despite her initial doubts about us. Please don't hold it against her. She just really worries about me. Belle insisted. I won't kid. Besides, SYR did sort of put a hit on you in the first place. MIA playfully mentioned. Mema. SYR indignantly exclaimed, showing up with her arms holding something wrapped in a towel. Don't say it like that. What was it you said? If any of you find and bring him here, you'd take their bathroom cleaning duties for a week. MIA grinned. Wow, so I'm only worth a week of bathroom duties. Belle giggled. Geez, don't make fun of me. You don't know how bad customers can leave the bathrooms. SYR pouted, and Belle internally cooed at the sight. And here I thought you wanted your missing monster drop back. Belle gasped, immediately realizing what was in her arms. The minotaur skin. SYR smiled and nodded, extending the cloth to him. Yep, I kept it nice and safe for you. Belle accepted the leathery slab into his arms with a big smile. Thank you for holding on to it. My goddess and I don't have much money right now, so this will help a lot. He rolled the leather as tight as possible and shoved it in his small backpack. It didn't entirely fit, but he could just put it in his inventory after leaving the pub. Catching sight of Ryu in his peripheral vision, Belle turned to her as she approached them. You're leaving? Yes, I have to bring my goddess to bed. She'll definitely be feeling those drinks in the morning. She nodded in understanding before looking down at his hand. Wait, why does she suddenly look so focused on it? Mr. Crannel. He stiffened, breaking into a cold sweat. Why yes. She returned to his eyes, expression losing intensity for its usual neutrality. You're a rather new adventurer, correct? That hadn't been what he was expecting. Well, I've been one for about. He counted with his fingers. For weeks, I think. I'm only on the 7th floor right now, but I'll be heading to the 8th tomorrow. Ryu's eyes widened, and so did SYR's, who quietly stood beside them. Floor 7 in 4 weeks. That's already quite impressive in itself, but you're already considering moving to the 8th. Are you sure you should be rushing like that? Belle's eyes hardened. Completely sure. I've learned to judge my abilities and where I should be. Ryu was curious about his answer. He didn't seem to state this out of the arrogance an everyday adventurer would show, but rather as if it's been shown to his face. I see. Mr. Crannel, as you may have guessed, I was previously an adventurer before I chose to dash. She hesitated. Retire. Belle sensed a complicated story there but stayed quiet. Hestia groaned, and a sleepy hand fumbled for his chest before he wordlessly slapped it away. In the mornings, I tend to train in the pub's inner garden to make sure I don't get rusty. So, to apologize for my initial actions against you, I'd be willing to train with you should you wish. For help. Belle's eyes widened at the offer while SYR's lit up in mirth. I wouldn't want to inconvenience you by getting in the way of your personal training. His concern for others had him say, it won't be an issue. I wouldn't have made the offer otherwise. Her answer cut off any more of a rebuke from him. Belle thought about it. Training with a veteran adventurer far stronger than him? It would be a valuable experience, and if he wouldn't be causing trouble for her, then he really didn't have a reason to say no. Yes, I would be honored to join you. He beamed, practically lighting up the room with his smile. The smallest of smiles formed on the elf. The boy in front of her genuinely was a bright soul. That's great. So we'll be seeing you more often. SYR clapped her hands together. Make sure to come by when you can. I will. Thank you for the food. Belle then looked down at his sleeping goddess and crouched, pulling her into a bridal carry. Easily. SYR gleamed at the sight while Ryu lightly blushed at what she considered intimate. MMN. Well. Hestia snored and leaned her head on his chest with a dopey smile. Yes, Hestia. We're going home. He chuckled before giving one last goodbye and jogging out of the pub. After Belle and SYR left the hostess, Ryu saw a few of the seated Amazon women actually get up and go to follow him, no doubt wishing to see where he lived. Ryu frowned, but didn't intervene since she saw Belle rush away relatively quick out of sight. She hoped they wouldn't catch any sign of him. The last thing he needed was for his innocence to be tainted by those impure, ravenous women. Ryu. She was pulled from her thoughts by SYR's sparkling eyes. Didn't Belle look so handsome? I didn't expect to see him like that after yesterday. What do you think happened? Ryu's eyes furrowed. He certainly didn't look as he does now. As for what could have caused such a change, It either must have already been happening when they had found him or started happening at some point afterward, and considering that he looked how he had been previously when they had encountered him in the alleyway, she was betting more on the latter. But what could have sparked the change then? Ryu thought deeply into it. The only thing worth noting about their encounter was the image of their joint hands flashed by. She stared at her palm like it held the secrets to the dungeon. Ryu. Syr noticed her friend seemed to freeze and waved her hand before her, growing worried when she didn't react. Ryu. While the elf had an existential crisis on the powers of hand-holding, Lunwa mopped around the now emptying pub while humming a tune. She went around tables while putting the chairs on top of them, only to pause after pulling out one particular seat. She reached down and picked up a thick, rectangular object. A book. Next day morning, Oh Uyuch. Hestia's head throbbed as she moaned in agony, her eyes clamped shut and twitching on the bed. As you'd expect from a night of irresponsible drinking, the following hangover hit hard. For the small woman, leaving her a groaning mess. Standing beside the bed with a cup of water and a bowl of porridge, Belle gave his goddess a sympathetic look. You really shouldn't have drunk that much last night, Hestia. B. Hestia weakly cracked an eye at her child. Shouldn't you be completing your daily quest? He shrugged. I'll do it later. I don't plan on heading to the dungeon today anyway. I already told my new supporter that I'm taking the day off. I can't just leave you like this. Such a good boy. Wait a minute. You have a supporter now. Hestia blinked. Belle nodded happily. Yes. I was able to make at least 20,000 Valis yesterday. Because of them, I'll be able to buy us more food from now on. Oh really? Wow, things are really starting to look up for us. Hestia smiled in relief. Belle passed her a cup of water she gratefully downed before he sat beside her on the bed, gently caressing her head with a soft, caring smile. Hestia went from groggy to rigid and beet red, for Belle's new looks only added even more to the danger he had on her. Thank you, Belle, for doing so much for me. She stuttered with a fast-beating heart. You know I'd do anything for you, Hestia. He declared, his new huskier tone adding to the statement. A delightful shiver went down her spine. He then offered the porridge in his hand. Can you eat? Oh, Chance. It might be hard for me right now. Can you feed me? She asked with doe eyes. Of course. Belle didn't even hesitate, bringing the spoon up to her mouth. What followed was Hestia practically living in heaven again as she lay against her Belle while delightfully clamping down spoonfuls of food. She practically healed herself of her hangover through the purifying experience alone. Maybe another time, she could have him feed her a Jagamarukan from her job. My job. I'll miss my shift. Hestia sat up in panic. Belle immediately put a calming hand on her head and gently pat her. Don't worry, I thought this would happen, so while I was out I also let your boss know you wouldn't make it. I told her that you collapsed from stress and that you needed rest. He replied with a smile. Hestia blinked at him. Wait, you guilt-tripped her into giving me time off. Belle's expression turned genuinely puzzled. Is that what I did? Okay then. A little concerning, but she doubts Belle did that on purpose. Wait, she has the day off. Wasn't that a chance for something? She swears it's something important. Our date. Hestia abruptly shot up to her feet and looked down at Belle with glimmering eyes. We can go on that date now. The one you promised to make up for missing the monster. Feria. Belle was stumped by her sudden energy. Today. But shouldn't you be resting? I'm all better. And she sure damn was. While Belle's gentle treatment had quickly quelled her throbbing headaches, just thinking about going on a date with him filled her with vitality unlike any other. She joyfully jumped off the bed and turned to the stunned boy. I'll just get ready and we can leave dash. She suddenly paused, turning around so her back was to Belle before sniffing at the shoulder of her dress. Alcohol. The sloppy scent of a drunk. That wasn't appropriate for a date. She sharply turned back. Belle, 6 o'clock. He blinked out of his stupor. Pardon. She dramatically pointed an outstretched finger at him. We'll meet at the Amor Plaza on Southwest Main Street. Without elaborating further, she snatched a small bag from the couch and dashed out of the room, leaving a confused Belle staring at where she went. What just happened? Amor Plaza evening, Belle nervously stood in the Amor Plaza about a block from Southwest Main Street. It was a beautiful area made out of paved stones of alternating colors and surrounded by a border of various types of beautiful plants or flowers. In addition, there were statues of women dressed like nuns decorating the area, which he made sure to stand several feet away from. The last time he was near statues, he had almost died. He nervously fiddled with his hands as he noticed many couples strolling through the area, shrinking in on himself in a vain attempt to make himself invisible as many of the passing women would suddenly stare and blush, which in turn would have their male companions give him the stink eye and practically drag their lovers away. He isn't doing it on purpose, he swears. He's not trying to steal them or something. Belle sighed. He was just lucky that none of the women had actually approached him. He didn't know what he'd do if he got caught between such a girl and her infuriated lover. Trying not to think about it, Belle looked down at his outfit. I hope this is okay. He wore his usual long-sleeve black shirt and pants, but instead of the brown coat that usually accompanied him when not in the dungeon, now he sported a buttoned-up, snazzy black jacket, one he had obtained not too long ago. Formal black jacket. Item class, F. Type, clothing. A plain but silky black jacket, part of a standard formal set. It was from one of the earlier random item boxes from the daily quest. It fit snugly on his body and felt extremely comfortable, not to mention looked far better than his usual coat. He hoped it made him look more fitting for going out. He wasn't entirely sure, but wearing it right now just felt right. Belle. Hearing his goddess's voice, the boy let out a breath of relief and turned to the direction of her voice. Hestia. Only to do a double take at what he saw. His goddess had changed her hairstyle, going from her iconic twin tails to letting her glossy black hair flow down. In addition, she had also put on her best outfit, a single-piece blue and white dress with ribbons tied around her wrists. It was like Miss Aina all over again, witnessing a whole new look to a woman he knew well. His skin reddened and his breath was stolen, actually speechless for a moment as his precious goddess stopped and looked up at him with pink cheeks. Did I keep you waiting? And no. I just got here a minute ago. Really? Hestia nervously tugged a strand of hair behind her ear with an adorably bashful smile. I tried out a new look. What do you think? Belle gulped down saliva. Why, you look amazing. More than amazing. Like you look more refined than usual, but still just as beautiful. He quickly spoke. Hestia internally squealed at his praise and felt her heart threaten to burst from happiness. Having her now manly Belle praise her while still somehow looking as cute as before was doing things to her. Ah, really? Well, I look forward to you escorting me tonight. Hestia smiled brilliantly, holding out a hand to him. Despite being stunned at her appearance, Belle quickly calmed down and softly smiled back. Leave it to me, Hestia. He reached forward to accept her hand. Look, there's Hestia. Before the wolves suddenly ambushed them, Belle and Hestia turned their heads to find several beautiful goddesses peeking at them from behind the nearest statue. So that means the guy next to her is Dash. Every single goddess looked at him, only to freeze. All was silent, but then, squee. Every magic lamp in the area abruptly shattered by the combined squeals of the goddesses. Belle and Hestia flinched and covered their ears by the sudden attack, only for Hestia to suddenly get knocked aside while Belle got swarmed by frankly stunning women. Oh my lords, he's so handsome. His abs are glorious. Feel them. Kia. How can he look so hot yet so cute? Hestia, how did you catch yourself such a man? He's perfect. Belle was pulled in all directions, his face hugged into several different pairs of breasts and arms slipping under his shirt to feel his muscled frame. The poor boy's eyes were swirling, and he barely had any chance to breathe from being passed from one bountiful paradise to another. WHWHWH what dash? Hestia was near catatonic from the ground, staring at the sight in pure horror. Another pair of hands grabbed Belle and hugged his head into the largest chest among the goddesses, belonging to a tall, maturely beautiful orange-haired woman wearing a pink dress. Demeter. Hestia squawked. Sorry, Hestia, but we were just too curious and just had to follow along. The woman cooed, as she tightly held Belle and caressed his hair. And I can't believe you held out on us. You didn't say that he was so handsome or so rigid. Can you lend him to me, Tilda? Hell no, you cow. By now, Belle's life was flashing right before his eyes. He had absolutely no idea what was going on but couldn't stop himself from enjoying the womanly sense or soft skin pressing against him. He was gonna die, and it would be a hell of a way to go out. But then a hand squeezed too low and completely snapped him out of his daze. Self-preservation flaring to life. Belle ducked down from their hands and curled into a ball against the ground before rolling forward. Demeter's eyes widened as the boy slipped right underneath her legs and through her dress, escaping from the circle of beautiful death. In impressive mobility, Belle pressed his hands on the ground as he rolled and pushed hard, launching himself airborne in an impressive flip before twirling midair and landing beside his goddess in a dramatic crouch. It was an impressive display that made the goddesses pause for a second. But the finishing image was ruined by the evident shaking from the boy as his tomato-red face stared at Demeter with a gawking mouth. Why Yuri and not W wearing dash? Ara. Demeter gave a puzzled blink before her eyes widened in realization. Her expression then shifted into a seductive smile as she put her hands on her pinkened cheeks. Ara tilde. You naughty boy tilde. Veins popped out on Hestia's head as she shot up to her feet in outrage. Belle. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, I swear. He cried. Belle's adorable shame ignited the goddess's want, and they all squealed once more before rushing for him again. Ah, Hestia. Without hesitation, he turned and swept his goddess right off her feet, earning a yelp as he caught her in his arms in a bridal carry. Let's go. Again. Hestia gasped in illuminating joy from being in Belle's arms once more. She immediately hugged him close with her face in his chest. You're forgiven, Belle. He took off at full speed through the city, leaving all the shouting goddesses in the dust. Thankfully, it didn't take too long for Belle to lose the group of goddesses, thanks to his absolutely amazing sprint skill, and soon, he and his goddess were dining at a notably lovely restaurant, with Hestia shining the entire time like she was experiencing a dream come true. This is delicious. She squealed as they ate their dessert, rich white slices of cake, seated in a vibrant red-colored restaurant filled with many couples eating together. It is. Belle happily agreed, enjoying his own cake while internally cooing at his goddess's childlike enthusiasm. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, Hestia. And I'm glad you have that sprint ability of yours, Belle. It would have been so hard to outrun those vultures when they're that desperate for entertainment. Hestia sighed. While she didn't like Belle's system on principle for taking her falna from him, she hated to agree that it gave him so many useful things. Yeah, haha. Belle's sheepishly sweat dropped as he remembered being shoved into canyons of bliss. They were quite touchy. HMPH. Hestia puffed her cheeks and turned her head away as she was reminded of that moment. That must have been so great for you, right? It's practically the harem you came to. Or a Rio 4. She shoved another forkful of cake into her mouth. Belle wilted at his goddess's displeasure, only to relax and smile at her. Well, I can't say that I didn't enjoy the attention. Gia. Hestia pressed her teeth together on the fork in her mouth. But between them and you know that I'll always choose you, right? Hestia swerved her head back to Belle with glistening eyes. Belle dash. That's cheating. You can't just say that with such a super cute and sexy face. It'll be impossible to stay mad at you. Look, here they are. Wait. The two turned their heads to find a few of the goddesses from earlier pointing right at them. From the restaurant's doors. Seriously. They managed to find us. Hestia shot up from her seat with bulging eyes. And they ruined our moment, too. Belle acted quickly, dropping a bag of Valis onto the table from nowhere before scooping Hestia into his arms and looking down at her with a smile. Allow me to escort you out of here, my goddess. Cupid's arrow struck a bullseye on Hestia's heart, her eyes matching the image. When did Belle get so suave? Belle then activated sprint and dashed to an opposite exit, the yells of the goddesses following behind. They thought it would end there and aimed to head for other places to enjoy themselves. But they underestimated the persistent whims of entertainment the goddesses so desperately desired. The duo had gone to a clothing store next to add more outfits to their non-existent wardrobe, but had been interrupted once more by hopeless goddesses trying to swarm them. This happened yet again when Belle and Hestia went through a street market and one final time, when strolling through a beautiful lake park. With all the interruptions, Belle worried about his goddess ending up in a foul mood because of it. So long, suckers. But on the contrary, Hestia absolutely reveled in the time they spent in each location, and getting whisked away by Belle each time made her feel like a princess escaping from the castle guards. She laughed away as Belle carried her through the streets, the young man also, grinning in mirth as he ran up a cobblestone slope before leaping to a rooftop. They briefly passed the shining full moon above them before he followed the rooftops to an old bell tower, where he skidded to a stop. They shouldn't follow us here. Belle breathed out, gently placing his goddess on her feet. Man, the gods really have no self-control, don't they? Hestia giggled, cheerfully skipping forward before turning to Belle with hands on her large hips and an equally large grin. But we sure showed them. They probably have their dresses stuck to their skin in sweat right now. Belle looked relieved yet curious. You're not mad that they kept interrupting us? I mean, it was a little annoying, and I'd probably be angry if all we did was run from them. But we didn't. We ate at a fancy restaurant, shopped at a cool market, and saw that beautiful park. Not to mention. Hestia shivered in delight as she recalled the feeling of her body against Belle's firm muscles whenever he had carried her around. Tilda. Belle opened his mouth to ask what else, only to gasp at something behind her. Hestia, look. She turned around and saw a fantastic view of Ororio lit by countless magic stone, lamps like stars lighting up a midnight sky. Whoa. Hestia stared in awe as Belle stepped beside her, equally immersed in the view. It's a wonderful note to end the day on, isn't it? Hestia's breath hitched as she felt a masculine hand hold hers. She slowly looked down and witnessed Belle's fingers curling around her own, entwining them in what she could only call a loving embrace. Weary holding hands. Let's do this again sometime, but without anyone following us. And then, Belle gave her a smile brighter and even more beautiful than the lamps before them. We'll come back and watch this beautiful sight once more. Hestia felt the butterflies in her stomach roar within, excitedly giggling as she leaned against Belle with a goofy smile. I'll hold you to it, Belle. She managed to say, practically melting against him. Belle felt no less glad for his goddess's happiness and turned back to the view of Ororio, contently enjoying the scene with her in a following silence. He needed this. They needed this. With all the stress accumulated from everything happening to them, the day had been a much-deserved break for both mortal and goddess. He could only hope they'd be able to have more days like this in the future. Days later evening. Another day, another successful dungeon dive. No, it was even more than successful, and it was all thanks to Lily. Thank you for your hard work. Belle cheered as he and Lily left the guild into the dark shade of the night sky. He held 2 bags of Valis in his hands and didn't hesitate to extend one to Lily. Here you go, and even split again. Lily stopped walking and stared at the bag like a foreign creature. The day had been just as gracious to them as previous ones, full of monster stones and so many monster drops from the 8th floor that her bag had been shaking with loot when leaving the dungeon, granting them another heavy haul of Valis. And once again, Belle evenly split the loot without even a second thought. Belle-sama. Lily shouldn't say this when she's graciously accepting, but you're either too kind or need to learn the value of money and common sense better, she sighed, even as she accepted the bag in her small hands. I'm just giving you what you deserve, Lily. It's not my fault other adventurers you've worked for in the past had been unfair to you. Belle innocently smiled. I'm just treating you right. Treating her right. Did he think he was a knight in shining armor or something? Did he think he was better than all those other adventurers? Sooner or later, they all show their true colors. They always do. And yet, the Paolum in disguise couldn't find many flaws working with Belle. He was nice and dumbfoundedly proficient in the dungeon, and he even fed her with warm meals he somehow kept fresh and hidden on him. No, seriously, how does he do it? He was weird, annoyingly naive, and confused the absolute hell out of her, especially when she still couldn't figure out where he kept storing that fucking dagger of his. Honestly, his naivety annoyed her even more than being unable to snag that dagger to the point where she even had to lecture the dumb adventurer about things he should already know about money or Ororio. Like seriously, he didn't know the 2nd floor of Babel had a cafeteria. And yet, she didn't hate it. And the thought scared her. Lily. The girl blinked out of her stupor and saw Belle staring concerningly at her. Are you all right? How shameful of her to actually consider him a friend, especially with what she's been planning the entire time. Lily is fine, Belle-sama. She's just thinking about a meeting she'll have to attend for her familiar. Belle frowned at her words, remembering the not-so-kind description she had given him about them and her god before. "Will you be okay?" he asked hesitantly. "You don't need to concern yourself with Lily. However, I must shamefully ask Belsama for tomorrow off to attend the meeting." Lily bowed with her hands on her backpack straps. "I know this violates our contract, and I will accept any penalty." "You don't need to worry about that, Lily," Belle responded in a soft, reassuring voice. "If you ever need a day off, no. If you ever need anything, just tell me, and I'll help the best I can." Lily bit her lip. "Thank you, Belsama." With that, she turned and left. As Lily walked away, Belle couldn't help but solemnly stare at her back, her small frame, holding that large backpack. He was honestly worried about the girl. From what she said about her familiar, she didn't have many people to count on. He's still not sure what she wants from him. He ignored the repeated glances at his dagger whenever they were in the dungeon. But he wants to help her. But how can he help her if she doesn't trust him? Oh, that's cool. Seated on the couch of their room, Belle waited for the rest of his goddess's reaction to his words. That patience soon turned to bewilderment once he realized that nothing would follow. "Wait, that's it." Laying on her side on the bed, Hestia gave Belle an unimpressed look, her arm arched and her head in her palm. "What? Did you think I'd freak out now that you have a party system that can increase the growth of other people in it? After creating dungeons with its own monsters and completely violating everything the falna stands for, this is kinda tame. Besides, it was already increasing your own growth, so why wouldn't it work for others too?" She rolled her eyes. When she put it like that, he could understand her reaction. Well, I also have another dungeon key," he admitted next. This time, Hestia groaned and pressed her face into her hands, balling up on the bed. "Already?" "Yeah, I actually got it the day we went out to eat at the Hostess of Fertility, the same day I learned about the party system since Lily joined me. I wanted to bring it up sooner, but I didn't really know when. I also got another quest for it." Hestia abruptly sat up, a serious look of concern on her face. What kind? He couldn't blame her for reacting to that part. After the daily quest consequences and his first dungeon quest, they knew just what kind of hazardous scenarios the system could throw him in. A normal quest, apparently. Belle sighed, scratching his head. "I just have to complete the dungeon like I did with the other one. But this time, it'll be a D-rank dungeon rather than E rank. Is that bad?" Hestia asked nervously. He shrugged. "I honestly have no idea. I have to use the key on the 5th floor of the dungeon. But I don't know what that'll mean for the instant dungeon that gets created. I just know it has to be harder than the first one." "Wait, it's in Arario's dungeon this time," Hestia interrupted in surprise. Belle took a moment to check the key's description before nodding. "It is, and I'm actually glad about it. I won't have to sneak around to get there. And since the quest doesn't have a time limit, I can finish it anytime. Although," he rubbed his chin in thought, "since the system gave it to me this soon, theoretically I should be able to handle it. Right?" Hestia raised an eyebrow. "Are you really trusting the system to be that straightforward?" Belle slumped over with a dejected sigh. "Yeah, you're right. Maybe that's why I haven't even thought about doing it yet. I've just been trying to increase my stats for the last few days. I do really want to unlock the shop, though." "The shop?" Belle lit up, and he jumped to his feet. "Yeah, I forgot to tell you, but the system has its own shop and currency. Right now I've only been able to sell things in my inventory for gold coins in the system, but if I complete this next dungeon, then I'll unlock the buying portion of it." He didn't expect Hestia to groan once more. "Of course your system has its own shop. One that'll probably have items no one in Orario has ever seen before. Why wouldn't it?" She dragged a hand down her face before tiredly staring at him. Okay. She closed her eyes and straightened out, taking a deep breath and returning to a composed state. "Belle, I'm just going to trust that you know what you're doing instead of freaking out again, but it feels like you've been forgetting to tell me a lot of things lately. Is there anything else you want to add?" He supposed that he's been slipping to tell Hestia a few things. Belle racked his brain for anything else important he might have forgotten to mention. He's already planning to talk to her about Lily. The items he got from the random boxes of the daily quest aren't worth noting, those weird feelings he gets on the walls. Oh, he gasped in realization. Right. Hestia, don't panic dash. Belle, saying that is already not doing me any favors. Hestia cut in, frantic dread in her voice. Well, lately, someone has been watching me. What? His goddess leaped off the bed and right at him, grabbing him by his shirt and yanking him down to eye level. Who? I don't know. Belle stammered, cheeks turning red from her face inches from his. It started off as a weird feeling, but it keeps coming back. And the system told me that. Someone was trying to peer into my being or something like that. And you didn't tell me. Someone could be looming to snatch you up, Belle. Or maybe they already know something about you and the system. When did this start? She demanded, shaking him back and forth. About 2 weeks ago. But I think it might just be the system owner. Belle stammered. Hestia stopped, a questioning look on her face. You mean that candy guy? Candiaru. Whatever. She exclaimed, letting go of his shirt to raise exasperated hands. Why do you think it's them? I mean, it just makes the most sense to me. Belle rubbed his collar. It started after I got the system, and they only really watch for a bit before leaving me alone. I think it might be Candiaru just checking on my progress or something, seeing as the system is basically his falna, right? If it was anyone else, I think I would have at least been approached or seen signs of them by now with my sense stat, unless their abilities are that greater than mine. Don't say scary stuff like that, Belle. Hestia sighed. I don't know what's worse, being wrong, and having someone in Rio noticing what you're doing, or being right and having that deity watching you. We still know absolutely nothing about this guy. What he wants, why he made the system, or what he plans to do with you. All we know is that he's a jerk that's been putting you in horrible situations. She ranted angrily. Belle gave her a sad look of understanding. Even with the power he's been gaining thanks to the system, he's still under its control. Whether it was acting as a separate entity or directly linked to Candiaru was the next question. Don't worry, Hestia. No matter what happens, I won't let them take me from you. Damn straight, or I'll beat them up myself. Hestia declared, punching the air in front of. Especially Loki. If there's anyone in Rio I wouldn't want you with, it'd be that washboard. Please don't insult other deities behind their back. Belle's sweat dropped. It's Loki, so it's fine. Tilda, a blue pharmacy morning, or Tilda. With Lily needing to take the day off for her familiar meeting, Belle similarly decided to hold off on diving into the dungeon, opting to use the day to relax and maybe see some shops. This line of thought made him remember that he had forgotten to visit Mayaka's shop in the last few days like he had initially planned to, much to his shame. But hey, at least he remembered, right? He took a few back alleys until arriving at a small, old building with wooden double doors, and the emblem of a healthy body representing the Mayak familiar on top. He entered the down house run by Mayak and his only member, finding said member at the counter past rows of barren shelves. Good morning, Naza. Excuse me for coming in early. He greeted, getting the attention of the brown-haired, dog-eared Chianthrope with bags under her tired eyes. They immediately shot wide open past full-awake scales. Belle, is that you? He paused, finding the girl's reaction odd. Yes. Naza dropped a cup and muddle she had been holding, staring at him like he had just grown 2 heads. How? What happened to you? You changed. Wait. Right. She hasn't seen him since before his transformation. Oh, you mean my new looks? He awkwardly smiled while pointing at himself. I hit my growth spurt after exercising. Naza's unblinking eyes stared dumbfounded at him. You can change that much by exercising. She whispered, completely in disbelief. Maybe it's just me. He offered like he didn't know it was just him. Anyway, I only have a healing potion left, so I wanted to get more. The promise of business snapped Naza from her shock, her eyes returning their tired expression, albeit much more awake after that sudden discovery. I see. You look good. In fact, you look very handsome. She smiled. Yay. Belle lightly blushed at the praise. Ahaha, thank you. Is Mayak-sama around? He's out on a personal errand today, so it's just me. She answered before reaching under the counter and pulling out an orange potion. Belle, have you considered that maybe it's about time you buy a high potion? She asked casually. HNRK. Belle almost flinched at the suggestion. High potions usually went for tens of thousands of valis, and Naza usually tried convincing him to buy one or other expensive items, seeing as she's from a poor familiar like him. It might be a little too soon for that, he said, backing up from the potion nervously. I'll just take 3 low-grade healing potions, please. But Belle, it's been a while since your last visit. Mayak has been lonely and hungry, you. No. Me too. Naza looked away and hurt. Belle tensed. It's not like he doesn't understand their situation, but he's poor, too, you know. Then again, it wasn't as bad now with how much he's making daily in addition to selling the minotaur skin he got back, so it's not like buying something pricey will absolutely crash their finances. How much? 60,000. Naza chirped. Belle actually did flinch this time. That was more than what he and Lily earned together in one day. But with everything that's been happening lately, thanks to the system and that D-rank dungeon he'll have to go to, isn't it worth it? So far, the system has been absolutely merciless in throwing him into dangerous scenarios with high chances of dying, so having a high potion on him would be a saving grace. If you buy the high potion, I'll give you 4 low-grade potions for free. How about it? Naza sweetened the deal. Making the absolutely most painful decision of his life, Belle slumped in defeat. I'll take it. If it was to help him return to Hestia, it wasn't a loss, no matter how much it felt like it. Thank you, Belle, I love you. Naza winked at the boy, earning another blush from him. He knows she only flirts with him so that he buys more, but it's still a cute girl he personally knows winking at him. And maybe it was nice seeing her tail wag from happiness. He's so weak to girls. He placed a bag of Valis on the counter before taking the high potion from her hands. Item, high potion. Item class, B. Type, potion. A potion that greatly restores a portion of the consumer's health. Seriously, a potion that expensive and it's only B rank. What would an A rank potion cost? Then, Belle shuddered at the thought, slipping the potion into his inventory while making it look like he put it on his person. Naza cheerfully reached under the counter and pulled out a vial stand, holding 4 red potions. Here are your low-grade potions. Pleasure doing business with you. He sighed and reached for them. Item, diluted low-grade potion. Item class, F. Type, potion. A potion that poorly restores a sliver of the consumer's health. His hand stopped. Diluted. He whispered. Belle blinked several times, the message not changing no matter how many times he did. Confusion filled him as he slowly looked into the eyes of the woman he considered a close friend, but where he hoped to see similar confusion or shock, he saw the clear horror in Naza's eyes, not from learning that her potions were tempered with, but from getting caught. Naza, he whispered hesitantly. The blood had utterly drained from the woman's face, her tail was bending in a tense state, and a cold sweat was already breaking on her. She did it. She diluted the potions she was selling to him. She knows how important even the most basic potions are for adventurers in the dungeon. They can make a difference in life or death situations. And yet, she still did it anyway. Why? Belle whispered in utter betrayal. Naza was clearly stressed, the most emotional he's ever seen her. I had to, Belle. Our familiar's bank account is on the brink of collapsing. We need the money. Lord Mayak doesn't think about it to the point where he even gives you potions for free. Belle, remember, I couldn't just do nothing. I'm sorry, but you were the only one I could save. Extra income from. The easiest to fool. Belle didn't know what to feel. Angry. Distraught. A chaotic swirl of emotions engulfed him, and he could only look back down with a blank face as he tried to make sense of being crossed by a friend. He knows how poor Naza and Mayak are, even worse than himself, because at least he could make money in the dungeon. Naza didn't have that privilege due to a past trauma. He was also aware of just how far Mayaka's kindness extended, remembering the man gifting him potions a few times before. But did that really excuse Naza for scamming him like this, with potions that could literally make the difference between life and death? He knows she isn't a bad person. There's no way she could be with Mayak as her deity. And yet, you're a good person, Naza. Belle whispered, his head down in thought. And yet, you're doing something bad, but it's for the sake of surviving. Confused and conflicted, he turned and left without another word, leaving the diluted potions behind. He didn't even hear Naza call out to him. Instead, His thoughts were scrambling as images of a small girl kept popping up. Lily. Thoughts he had been ignoring resurfaced into an unavoidable picture. He remembered when she had first approached him, her appearance strikingly similar to that small Paolum girl he had saved, a girl he knew had seen Risaka's fang. Then, the system notified him that he had added a Paolum girl to his party. He recalled how the girl would look at his weapon nearly every time they were in the dungeon together, at times even looking frustrated, how she would occasionally ask about where he kept putting it while taking it out so efficiently. He knows what she wants, has known the entire time but ignored it. And even when he accepts it now, Lily is part of the Soma familia. And you don't have to worry, they and God Soma don't really care for her much. They see her as small and weak, a burden. Even if Lily asks them to form a party, they wouldn't say yes. He remembered the Paolum's tattered clothes in their first meeting. In the eyes of adventurers, we supporters are nothing but parasites, so it would be arrogant for Lily and other supporters to ask to be addressed in equal recognition as adventurers. He remembered that sad look in her eyes when she explained the status of supporters like herself. Belsama, why are we splitting it evenly? Aren't you gonna try and take it all for yourself? He remembered how many times she'd been confused by basic acts of kindness from him. Bell took a deep breath as he marched down the main street. A good person, forced to do bad things. Not because they enjoy it, but because to them, there's no other way. Naza diluted his potions even when it could risk the worst for him, yet she did so to help support herself and Mayak. Would Lily do something similar out of desperation? Bell raised his head, revealing a determined glare. Even with the possibility now apparent, he didn't feel his thoughts towards the girl changed. Ultimately, Lily was still his precious supporter, one experiencing her own troubles without anyone to rely on. He wants to trust her, he wants to help her, and he'll wait for as long as it takes for her to finally open up. And if she does do something that puts him in danger, well, Red Eyes briefly flashed purple. He'll show her why it's pointless to even try. Chapter end notes. Halt. Do you know how fast you were scrolling there, traveler? Why, you've shown up far too quickly than what was expected. I hope you were able to relish the chapter in its entirety. Here, take a seat by the fire and enjoy some stew. As you must have read, that was more of an interluding or preparatory chapter for what's to follow, as next, not only should Bell be obtaining his magic, but shall also attempt to trek through that D-rank dungeon he's required to conquer. Let us hope he won't bite more than he can chew. Ho ho. We can only wait in anticipation for the moment. Now relax yourself, traveler, and hold your patience, for in time, we shall see this young man's story further unfold. Chapter notes. Bell gets magic. And dies. WHOA. Just another month, and I've got a chapter already. What sort of illusion is this? Yeah, this is real. I didn't leave to pick up the milk again. The carton is still here at about halfway full. Not gonna lie, I had written this chapter not too long after the previous one after getting a burst of passion and inspiration from watching Solo Leveling Season 2, but I didn't want to post it so soon because then it might shift people's expectations like he should be posting each month then, or he shouldn't take too long or something. However, considering recent circumstances, I decided to post this chapter as like an emergency author's note to fill you in on something. So, I'm sure you know, but as of Donald Trump's decisions with his tariffs, the economy has gotten kind of fucked for us little people and their businesses. Now, this has affected me particularly because my dad had been in the middle of training me to be a bartender when the tariffs hit, and he had enough insight to know that shit was gonna go down. The place where he had wanted me to work initially was where he works, a resort by the coast where people go for vacations, celebrations, and all that stuff. But with the tariffs, they'll definitely be affecting business there to the point where they won't just be hiring people easily. So with that, my dad changed plans and wanted me working in anything as soon as possible until things calm down or fix themselves. So, I have a job now. It's just as a stocker at Costco, but it's something. Now, I'm not really sure what this'll mean for my writing and updates, seeing as in addition to having less time for myself, I'm still expected to study bartending and catering on the side so that my dad could inevitably get me to work at the resort when they're taking open spots again. Then again, my writing has been more spontaneous lately with no rhyme or reason of how much I write, so there's no telling when it'll just happen. I still thought that I might as well just let people know what's going on in case my writing process does end up heavily impaired for a time. This fanfic has been pretty easy to write, though, probably the easiest of any of my fics, so it'll be the one most likely seen more if I suddenly decide I need to get something written. Following this one in terms of which are easy to write are the Konosuba Link and Izuku Danmachi ones. So again, I'm not sure how much everything will affect my writing progress, but I thought I'd let you know anyway. But without further ado, after the answered comments, let's get to the chapter. See the end of the chapter for more notes. The sounds of smacking wood echoed faintly in the morning air. Higher. Bell swung his wooden training dagger and clashed with Ryu's wooden sword. Feeling the strength of the woman's strike reverberate through his arm, he winced at the force. Before needing to fend off more strikes thrown by the elf, backing up to make space between them. However, Ryu pressed her initiative and rushed in, throwing a few more attacks he was forced to block until an opening caused him to be struck in the chest and sent flying back. Gak! He tumbled along the ground before using his hand to acrobatically flip himself upright, landing on his feet with a brief skid. Sprint! Bell burst forward as a blur, momentarily surprising Ryu with his increased speed before she lifted her weapon and met his dagger again. They danced in the open area right behind the pub, repeatedly clashing or dodging each other's attacks, with Bell, in particular, using his impressive mobility to flip, spin, and duck around Ryu in an attempt to throw her off. Sadly, she blocked every one of his attacks with focused eyes until suddenly increasing her speed, landing another strike that sent him flying even farther than before. ACK. Bell flew into the wall and bounced off, cracking the surface before falling onto his back. Ryu winced at what she just did. SYR. Ryu sent Whitehead Kuan flying again. Anya's voice called from the window of the hostess. I'm okay. Surprising them, Bell curled his legs inward before kicking into the air, the momentum springing him right back on his feet. He looked no worse for wear, just some dirt stains on his clothes and panting from exhaustion. He opened his arms with a smile. See, I'm fine. Ryu appeared both relieved and impressed as she approached him. She was the only one not in her usual outfit, instead wearing a white tank top and considerably slim jean shorts. I'm sorry, Mr. Cranell. I must have unconsciously increased my abilities to meet yours. She gave him a curious once-over. You don't move like a normal level 1. I'll take that as a compliment. Bell beamed, sweat dripping down his handsome face. He pulled up his collar and wiped his face, unknowingly tugging his shirt enough to reveal his divine abs. Ryu stiffened, eyes locking on the sight for a few seconds before abruptly turning her head away with adorably red ears. Ryu! SYR's scolding cry came as she entered the space with a pout. What did I tell you about going too far? The waitress's words trailed off as she saw Bell's exposed stomach, her cheeks reddening as she stared, mesmerized. Phew. Bell let go of his shirt and wiped his brow with his sleeve, only to find Ryu refusing to look at him, SYR madly blushing in place, and the 3 other waitresses staring at him from the open window with varying expressions. He blinked once. What? I swear he's doing this on purpose. Lunhua hissed. Looking good, Whitehead Kuan. Anya laughed with a thumbs up. I wish he'd turn around. Chloe sighed. A perplexed question mark popped on Bell's head. A loud bang then made everyone jump. Are you stupid girls slacking off? Mia's booming voice followed. Mama's angry. Chloe squeaked before she, Anya, and Lunhua vanished back inside. That left Ryu and SYR with Bell, the only male looking slightly guilty. Is me being here a problem after all? And no, not at all. Snapping out of her daze, SYR shook her head with her hands raised in a halting motion. They are just being lazy as usual. They should know better. I don't believe you have any right to say that, SYR. Ryu's sweat dropped. You avoid your duties the most out of any of them. SYR completely ignored her friend with an innocent smile. More importantly, are the 2 of you going to keep going? Ryu looked up at the sun's position in the sky. It's nearing the time for me to work, so shall end it here for today, Mr. Cranell. That's fine. Thank you for the experience, Ryu. Bell bowed. Taking Ryu's offer to train had worked wonders on getting his mind off his most recent frustrations, learning of Naza's scams and realizing, finally accepting Lily's intentions. It felt like he should be angry at them, yet all he felt was frustration at himself for not realizing it sooner, though there was also the disappointment that the two were resorting to bad things. He honestly wasn't exactly sure what to do about either situation. Hestia would be both crushed and furious if she learned that Mayaka's only member could have gotten him killed with bad potions. She would 100% hold it against Naza, especially with how scared she's been for his safety lately because of the system. As for Lily, he'd like to believe that the girl was a good person deep down and that she was softening up around him. She hasn't even been looking at Risaka's fang as much as before. Instead, his caught her just looking much more somber. All these things and needing to focus on that D-rank dungeon. When did his life get so complicated? Oh, since the 5th floor. Duh. Are you going to head for the dungeon now? Syr snapped him from his thoughts in a cutesy tone. Belle shook his head. No, I'm taking the day off. She formed a big smile and motioned inside. Then how about spending some time in the pub? You did promise Mama you'd eat here in the future. We would be glad to have you, Ryu added. Well, I am a bit hungry after training, Belle admitted, following the two inside. But please, don't make me spend so much money. I don't know what you mean. The minx chirped. Ryu changed into her uniform while Belle seated himself at the counter, and it wasn't long before Syr served him 2 plates of food and made small talk with him while he ate. Several minutes went by before he realized something. Shouldn't you be working right now? He asked, raising an eyebrow at the woman. Syr just waved it off. It's fine, we're not open yet, so there isn't too much to do. Oh. Her lip started wobbling as hurt reflected in her eyes. Do you not want me around, Belle? She whimpered. You shouldn't try to guilt-trip me so I can be an accomplice to your laziness. He deadpanned. Anya and Chloe nearly fell in the background. Belle. How could you? Syr gasped, turning away with tears in her eyes, tears he could immediately see through. You would dismiss a girl's feelings like that. If she's faking them, yes, he admitted with no hesitation before casually taking another bite of steak. Even though he hadn't known her for long, his weird feelings around the girl had helped him figure her out rather quickly. Syr turned red to her ears as her tears started looking more real. You dash. Her cheeks puffed into an adorable pout before she stomped the ground. You. Meanie. Belle didn't miss a beat. Oh wow, genuine this time. Chloe shakily covered her mouth as she held in a laugh, carrying some towels into the next room. Anya made no such attempt, instead laughing out loud as she headed for the kitchen. Naya haha. He has you figured out, Syr. Belle only started feeling a little bad when he saw the genuine embarrassment in the girl's eyes. Thinking about it now, he never would have jabbed back against such a pretty girl before. And it wasn't even the first time he's done something similarly bold. It's like he's changing in mind as much as his body, yet he couldn't notice when it was happening. He still felt the same as before, but certain things just seemed more natural to him now. Belle gently laughed as he eased Syr with apologies, taking a few attempts to get her to stop pouting and talk to him again. However, a soft feeling of something drew the smallest part of his attention by instinct. In a moment of curiosity, Belle turned his head from the edge of the counter where he sat today. He found a unique white book placed under a cupboard on the wall beside him. Modern magic that even a goblin could understand. He muttered. Syr glanced at the book before returning to him with a smile. Oh, interested. She walked over and picked up the book before turning to him. One of the customers left it, so we put it there to make sure they could see it when they came back. So far no one has said anything though. She offered it forward. Would you like to take it with you? But it's someone else's. Belle answered unsurely. It shouldn't be any trouble as long as you return it when you're done. Besides, Syr looked down at the book with a cute frown. It seems like Mia doesn't want it in our shop. What? Why wouldn't she want it here? Belle asked in confusion. She shrugged. Who knows? But for any reason, you'd be doing us a favor getting it out of here, so here you go. The human girl cheerfully offered it again. Think of it as an apology for what happened between us before. If it's okay. Belle took the book into his hands and examined it. Item, grimoire. Item class, S. Type, consumable. A spellbook that grants the reader magic suited to their latent ability. Will lose all of its Power once used. Bell completely froze. Hey! He blinked once, then twice, then one more time to make sure he was reading that right. This book does what? Books that just give magic exist. It didn't take a genius to know just how absolutely valuable the book in his hand is. Just seeing the S ranking in the item class told him enough. What's something like this doing left behind in a pub of all places? Bell, what's wrong? SYR cautiously asked, noticing how pale and clammed up he became. He shakily looked up at her. SSYR, did you know what you just gave me? He asked in a cold sweat. She cutely tilted her head in puzzlement. A book on magic. Right. Of course she isn't aware of it. Not even he had known what this book was until the system told him. I can't take this. Bell quickly handed the book back to SYR, making her eyes widen. Hey! But why? SYR. Bell leaned forward and hurriedly whispered. This isn't just a normal book. It's called a grimoire. It gives people magic. That brought pure shock in SYR's eyes, looking down at the book before back up at Bell. And you recognized it? She dumbly asked. Well, not recognized, but that didn't stop him from nodding. We should leave it, or maybe tell MIA what it is. Tell me what is. Bell turned to see MIA Grand approach them with hands on her hips and a frown on her face. It's a magic book called a grimoire. He admitted, getting the sharp turns of heads from the other waitresses. Naya. Really? Seriously? While he wouldn't normally oust the book just like that, MIA is the strongest person he's met so far and the boss of the others here, so he might as well make the financially crippling book her problem. He wasn't gonna be held accountable for anything that happened to it. The woman simply blinked. Hey, I'm surprised you realized it. Bell's panic paused. You knew. It's hard not to when you're as experienced as me. MIA took the grimoire from SYR's hands and held it up as Ryu approached them. It's definitely a grimoire, all right. That's really bad, though, isn't it? Someone lost something so valuable and it's here. Bell shivered at the thought of losing something so priceless. People don't just lose grimoires, Mr. Crannell. It's astonishing that it even got left behind. No adventurer would lose something so valuable as easily as this. Ryu answered. Yep, MIA stuck the book out to him. So here you go. Bell took a second to realize what she meant. Wait, you're not giving it to me, are you? He backed up from the item like an infection. It isn't mine. MIA shrugged. So, fuck him. His jaw dropped. Whoever would lose something like this is just an idiot who should have known exactly what would happen if they left it, yet still did anyway. But it's still here. That means there's still a chance for the owner to come and get it back. It's already been days since we found the book. If they haven't come for it yet, then they most likely won't bother with it now. But, Mr. Crannell, Ryu spoke up. If you don't accept it here, then it's most likely that another customer will recognize the grimoire as it is and ask for it, and we wouldn't ever know if they are truly the owner. I would rather you take it to help with your efforts in the dungeon. Bell reluctantly glanced at the item. Don't any of you want it? Naya, we're waitresses, why would we need it? Anya huffed. Right. Although they are strong, they are not adventurers anymore. But still, to reject power so easily. He really did want it. Bell hesitantly reached out and gently held the book like a newborn baby. I won't suddenly be kidnapped and forced to work until I pay it off, will I? MIA and Lunoir snorted while looks of horror grew on Ryu and SYR. Anya and Chloe simultaneously winced, reminded of the time they had tried to bring Bell to the hostess. We'll do no such thing, or allow anyone else to do so, Ryu declared. What she said. Don't worry so much, kid. If anyone comes by and asks about it, then I'll just tell it to them straight. If it was here before, then it's long gone now because of their own stupidity. MIA reached over and ruffled his hair with a grin. Think of it as an apology for the trouble my girls gave you. Besides, I think you deserve it. Most adventurers would have just kept quiet and taken it instead of being honest like you. Bell looked down at the grimoire before looking at all the waitresses around him, none showing any desire for the item. I'll be really glad if you took it, Bell. SYR hesitantly spoke up with a lovely smile. If it helps you keep coming back alive, then I'll be happy with that. Bell was almost blinded by the light from this angel. Tilda Hestia Familiar Church or Tilda. I'm still not sure I should read this. Sitting on his couch in the basement, Bell nervously stared at the book lying on the nightstand he had moved in front of him, elbows on the surface and head in his hands. On the one hand, it's finally the magic I've been wanting. He started excitedly, only to slump and let his forehead fall on the book. On the other, if the owner ever finds out I used it, then I could be forced into debt, or worse. I should at least wait for Hestia to come back home, right? She'll probably worry that it's a scam the waitresses want to drag me in, but by using something so valuable. Bell quickly looked left and right as if someone would jump out any moment before looking back down at the book with a gulp. HNNGH. I'm sorry, Hestia. Giving in to the impulse, he excitedly slammed the book open with no chance to reconsider. Words appeared before him, yet they floated through his eyes as blurs. Pages flipped continually, yet he couldn't feel his hands doing so. He heard the sound of shuffling paper, yet it was a muffled warble. Bell's vision distorted, black sinking into the colors of his vision. His body numbed as his breathing slowed. He leaned backward only to tumble into an endless void of white, descending lifelessly. He sank like a body in the ocean, exhaustion plaguing him with his hand faintly reaching upward at the bright lights above. The sudden weight of his eyelids made holding them open impossible as the emptiness below fogged and blended into black. There was silence. Then he opened his eyes into a pitch-black void. The ground rippled under his feet, spreading through the entirety of nothingness. Where am I? A dream. Thoughts he tried to have clouded as he stood in the dead silence of nothingness. He couldn't move, couldn't breathe, he couldn't even blink, yet he felt no ounce of discomfort. In the vast vacuum of darkness. Where is he? What happened? Why didn't he feel here? Everything looked like it was through the perspective of one without a body. How peculiar. He looked, or he assumed he did, into another direction of the incomprehensible. The darkness itself stared back at him. A prominent figure blended with the void yet stood vibrant within it, its very existence, distorting the fabric of its surroundings. Its presence warped Bell's vision to the point that it was unclear what he was even looking at. A pitch-black body of jagged form. Purple flames reeking of death itself. A twilight cloak darker than night. Glowing violet orbs vibrating with power. You should not be here, it spoke, Eshy yet rumbling. But I suppose this presents an opportunity. What are you? The figure moved, the sounds of shifting metal filling the darkness. That is not for you to know at this moment. For now, only listen. At this moment, the sinister figure raised a vague claw-shaped hand, pointing right at him. You doubt your power, not whether it'll ever be enough, but whether you can trust it. Purple flames flickered in the darkness. Make no mistake, in the end, this power is to be yours. Its outstretched hand clenched into a fist he then brought to its chest. As much as it is mine. Yours. With it, you will become without equal, with strength upon unimaginable scale. How strong? A chuckle reverberated through the void. Right now, your shadow is merely connected to the darkness. As you grow in power, you will become as strong as your shadow's depth in the dark, until flames flared, casting a large shadow on the figure. You will become the darkness itself. How? Why me? What darkness? The time isn't right for such an exchange. For now. The figure's hand reached into its blazing purple hair, flames bursting and swirling before it, pulled a handful of fire into its palm. It then raised the clumped flames towards him. I believe you've been wanting this. The flames roared in his direction, rushing forward and spreading over him. But instead of searing agonizing heat, he only felt a comforting warmth promising protection. You'll be needing it for your upcoming challenges. However, like the rest of my power, it will not suit someone as pure as you. And you'll think the same, especially when the time comes. Time. Nonetheless, you will need them. So I must ask that when the moment arises, please, accept them. Accept th-. The flames around him flared in intensity, flickering on and off in his sight like flies in his face. Never forget who you are, little hero. Then they swallowed him whole. Bell's eyes snapped open as he lurched forward, heaving air. Someone yelped to the side as he doubled over on the ground, clutching his chest and his body trembling in a cold sweat as he struggled to breathe. Bell. He didn't even react when a small missile slammed to his side and clutched him. Close. His vision was foggy, and his stomach felt like he would force his lunch up at any moment. Where is he? Still in the darkness. Bell. A softer, kinder voice filled his ears as soft hands gently held his shoulders. Listen to my voice. Take deep breaths, and remember where you are. Who? Familiar. You're okay, you're awake. No one is here to hurt you. You're safe. Bel's vision cleared, and he slowly caught his breath, mustering enough strength to look up. At a pair of kind, familiar blue eyes. Lord. Mayak. He panted between breaths. Mayak gave him a relieved smile. Welcome back, Bel. You gave us quite the scare. What? Be back. His blurry vision cleared, and he registered the feeling of a soft body on him. Turning his head, he found his goddess, who looked like an absolute mess. Hair was frizzled, the collar of her mini-dress was damp, and her eyes were red and full of fearful tears flooding them as she kneeled by his side, clutching him for dear life. Bel. Hestia clutched him tightly again, sobbing his name repeatedly. Hestia. He muttered, feeling the two deities slightly pull him up before directing him to the couch to lie on. Then he noticed Mayak wasn't the only visitor, for Naza was standing just to the side, staring at him with frightened eyes of concern. Naza. She looked away from him, biting her lip. Hi, Bel. His head throbbed, and his hand clutched it with a groan. What happened? We were hoping to ask you that, Bel. What is the last thing you remember? Mayak asked. He rubbed his temple as he backtracked. I opened a book to read, and then I think I fell asleep. Ah yes, the grimoire. Mayak frowned, glancing at the nightstand where he recognized the now empty book. We figured that you had used it, but to end up like that. Like what? Bel questioned, taking a moment to hug Hestia. And why is Hestia crying? He grew panicked at realizing how distressed she was. Bel. Mayaka's gaze turned sympathetic. When we showed up, we found you lying atop that grimoire dash. He paused, seemingly trying to choose his words before giving up with a sigh. He then looked him right in the eye with pursed lips. You showed the conditions of passing. What? It took Bel a few seconds to register his words before absolute horror filled his eyes. You mean I died? The other three winced at his outcry. I suppose it's more accurate to say you've been dead for a while. Saying those very words evidently disturbed the man. We don't know how long, but we've only been here for about 20 minutes and it's nearing nighttime. Nighttime. He had opened that book only a little after lunch. I've been dead for hours. He paled. Hours. Naza's small voice cracked as she turned white as a sheet. Hestia's crying grew louder, the sound twisting a knife in Bel's heart. I've never heard of anyone having a grimoire do that to them. Speaking of which, where did you obtain such a thing, Bel? Just one of them is as valuable as one of the Hephaestus's Familiar's top-quality weapons. Mayak asked curiously. Hestia quieted down with a sniffle and looked up at Bel with anguished eyes, wishing to know the same. I went to a pub today and saw it. My friend Syr told me that it was left there. Left? Naza looked ready to pass out at the thought of something so valuable casually left behind. I saw what it was. The system had shown him, after all, and I told the owner of the pub about it. But they said they didn't need it since they are not adventurers, so they gave it to me to apologize for a misunderstanding that had happened between us before. Rage flashed in Hestia's eyes as she opened her mouth. They didn't know, Hestia. He stressed before she could blame them. Do you think they would have known something like this would happen? Hestia closed her mouth, guilt mixing with anguish. Well, nonetheless, Mayak spoke up. I'm glad you've awoken, Bel. I'm unsure just what could have caused such a reaction from that grimoire, but I hope that you at least got something powerful from it. Thank you. Wait. Bel finally realized something. What are you and Naza doing here? Mayak. Naza flinched while Mayaka's expression hardened in a way he'd never seen on the man. Right, the issue we came here for. He turned around and walked right next to a distressed Naza, standing beside her. He then firmly clasped a hand on her head as he forced her to bow with him at a 90-degree angle. My apologies. Bel blinked. I had no idea that one of my own had been diluting your potions. I'm deeply sorry to you. Both. I'll make sure to return every Vali that was taken from you. I swear on my name. Oh yeah, he had honestly forgotten about that because of whatever the hell just happened to him. They showed up when I was ending my shift and fessed up before we came here, Hestia spat with venom in her tone. I almost tore her apart right then and there. Bel put a hand on her head and ran his fingers through his goddess's hair, calming her down. Just enough for him to take a moment to think of an answer. I'd usually say it's okay, but it really isn't this time. He looked toward the girl who actually committed the crime, finding her shaking in place. Please raise your heads. They did, and Belle was able to see Naz's expression. The guilt in the woman's eyes made her look even more tired than usual. You actually told him yourself. He couldn't help but ask. He didn't think she'd actually rat herself out. The girl couldn't look at him, her downward gaze avoiding direct contact. Her hands tightly clamped together below her. After you left, the guilt kept eating me from the inside. I had expected you to tell Lord Myak, or at least your goddess, to have you both storm in the same day, but you didn't. Naza confessed her actions to me earlier today. I must admit that I am partially at fault for her decisions. Myak admitted with a cringe. Belle raised an eyebrow. You. He nodded. When I confronted her, I assumed that she had done it out of some form of greed. But he looked away, shame on his features. She has enlightened me in that I may not have been helping with our familiar's financial situation. Because you've been giving away inventory for free, right? Belle recalled. Yes. He sighed, looking as guilty as his child. I had essentially forced her into a corner, leading to her choice to use you in order to support us. It doesn't excuse her actions, but he bowed again, this time with Naza joining him without being prompted. I hope you can forgive us. We'll make sure to properly compensate you in time. Do you even have anything to pay us back with? Hestia huffed. Even if they did, doing so would practically destroy them. Belle frowned. They weren't in any sort of condition to pay back anything. He wasn't even angry at Naza. Disappointed, sure, but he hadn't needed to use any potions in the dungeon lately. Thanks to his new abilities, he was honestly just glad she hadn't also diluted the high potion. And looking at her situation now, he couldn't stop comparing it to what Lily must be experiencing. He wants to help Lily, so why wouldn't he want to help Naza? You could have just asked me for help, you know. He told them, voice barely above a whisper. We can't just ask you for charity, Belle. You haven't been an adventurer for even half a year. Myak looked at him like he'd just offered an organ. But what if it isn't charity? Belle calmly responded, oddly composed for a situation he usually wouldn't be sure what to do in. He tried standing up from the couch, only for Hestia to hold him down with a whimper. He just calmly turned to her with a reassuring smile, asking her to please let go. The goddess looked incredibly reluctant but hesitantly slipped her arms off, letting him get up. I've already been going through the 7th floor and know that blue papillos there produce a powder that can be used for potions. Even though they are supposed to be rare, I've killed a good number of them. He walked to his bag and made a showing of reaching into it before pulling an item from his inventory. That is, Naza recognized. Item, blue papillo wing. Item class, D. Type, material. A large wing of a blue papillo. The powder created can be used as a component in potions. Belle hadn't been sure if it was because of the system's influence, but the rate he managed to obtain monster drops was higher than he knew it should be for other adventurers. They contributed quite a bit to the amount of valise he and Lily made daily, even when he lets the girl secretly store some when she thinks he isn't looking. But the blue papillo wings were items he didn't sell just in case they could be used in tandem with the system for items in the future. But this was just as good of a use for them. He went to Naza and put one into her hand. If you have these, then you can make even better potions, right? Naza stared at the item with bulging eyes. How does it still have that much fresh powder on it? Wait, no, it's still producing powder. What about it? Belle tilted his head. Naza placed the item on a rag and onto the floor before pulling out vials and syringes to extract the powder. Myak looked similarly astonished but explained. You can make quite some high-quality potions depending on how fresh a blue papillo's powder is. The same applies to the powders from other monsters in the dungeon. It should be impossible to obtain powder so fresh even with the best storage conditions due to how much time it takes for adventurers to pass through the dungeon, and yet yours is somehow fresh, to the point that it's still producing powder as if it had just died. He turned to Belle with stars in his eyes. How did you preserve it? Wow, inventory coming in clutch. Sorry, it's a secret, not to mention it's only something I can do. Belle smiled. But I do have at least 10 more wings. Mayak gasped, looking down in analytical thought while Naza capped multiple vials of powder. If the rest of the wings you have are in the same condition, then we could produce a larger number of potions with better quality than what an average wing would make. I can give you the wings to help yourselves, and I'll also make sure to collect and bring you any items that could be used in potions or other medical items. But in return, Belle's gaze abruptly turned serious. First, I get priority to any commissions and items in your inventory, no matter what. I won't ask you to pay back what Naza scammed from me. The girl flinched. But instead I'll be asking for discounts on any potions I buy from you in the future. Don't worry, it won't be too much. I'll be reasonable. The other three of the room were wide-eyed by Belle's sudden negotiations, especially when they could tell just by his tone that this wasn't up for argument. And finally, he started, making them tense, only for Belle to smirk. Not only will Naza stop scamming me, or anyone else, but you'll stop giving away potions or any of your inventory for free, Lord Mayak. Naza froze, a stunned look on her face. Mayak had a similar look but with a slight bit more offense. Belle, I can't simply ignore . No. Belle sternly cut off a deity for the first time in his life. You're kind, Lord Mayak, one of the kindest people I've ever known. You've been incredibly generous to me, and the potions you've given me have been helpful. But if all you ever do is think about giving to other people, how will you ever help yourself? Mayaka's expression turned sour. Are you saying I should stop being kind and giving to others? Not at all. Belle didn't hesitate. I'm saying that you should be thinking more about standing up on your own 2 feet before thinking to give to others what you need for yourselves to survive. He took a more serious eye. I wouldn't say this if I thought you and Naza were content with where you are, but you're not, are you? If you keep giving away potions, then you won't be able to support yourselves. You don't want to stay poor to the point of struggling to eat, do you? Is that what you want? For yourself? For Naza? Mayak flinched, face ridden with guilt at the thought of starving the only person who had stayed with him in the end. So, Belle chirped in sudden cheer. Those are my conditions. Take it or leave it. The god looked at Belle in a new light, not having expected something like this from who had been such an innocent but naive boy. He weakly turned to Naza and found the woman staring at him with a quivering lip and tears in her eyes. I understand. He smiled sadly, turning back to him. Thank you, Belle. Naza suddenly dove with arms open, getting a squawk from Hestia as she wrapped him into a tight hug with her head on his chest, breaking into short breaths and cracking sobs. I'm sorry. I didn't want you to get killed, honest. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Belle just calmly hugged her back as she spouted apologies over and over. I'll forgive you, but only when you show me that you'll never do it again. He whispered. I will. I promise I will. I'm so sorry. Naza wailed. He spent the next few minutes letting the woman cry in his arms. Phew, glad that's over. Belle practically melted on the couch not long after Mayak and Naza left, taking all his blue palito wings with them and no doubt going to spend all night using them. He was glad he could work things out with them. Hopefully, Mayak will keep to his word and be more considerate about Naza and their situation in the future. Belle. He sluggishly turned his head to Hestia. She looked notably better than before, her hair somewhat fixed and her eyes barely red compared to a moment ago. A curious frown was on her face as she stared at him. You didn't forgive her. He blinked. Pardon. You said that you'd only forgive Naza when she shows you that she won't do anything bad anymore. But doesn't that mean that you haven't forgiven her yet? Hestia didn't look disapproving at the prospect, just confused. He supposed he didn't say he forgives Naza, but maybe that's for the better. At the very least, it'll give her something to work towards if she had noticed it. But it isn't like he'll hold it against her as long as she's earnest in being better. Being too nice can lead to being taken advantage of. But that doesn't mean you have to be cruel. Belle doesn't want to change who he is at heart. He wants to be kind, to always reach a hand to those who need it, to be the person that Hestia knows he is, a boy who wants to be a hero. And yet, he understands that being a hero doesn't mean overlooking something just because it had only affected him. If something could affect other people, then it should be addressed. He looked down with a sad smile. I guess I didn't. I just want to see that Naza means what she said. Hestia continued to stare at him, seeming uncertain. Belle, you've been different. You think so? He sat forward on the couch, looking a little nervous. Is it bad? No, you've been more confident, more mature. She smiled lovingly at him. I like it. Feeling his cheeks redden, Belle nervously chuckled while scratching his head. Good to. No, I'm just glad I was able to help them. Thank you for that, Belle. Even though I was angry about that girl scamming you, Mayak still helped me a few times before, so I didn't want to hold it against him. He brightened. Of course, Hestia. You know I wouldn't want them to suffer. A moment of silence fell between them, where Belle nervously looked down and fumbled with his hands. We should probably talk about, you know. Hestia stiffened. I am not mad at you for getting that grimoire or reading it, she quickly said while looking him earnestly in the eyes. Any adventurer with common sense would have taken the chance to get such an item. It's just. She sniffled, walking over and sitting beside him. She then hugged him tightly once more. I can't believe it killed you. Grimoires aren't supposed to do that from what I know. Having you dead, it was like that day when you went to the 5th floor all over again. Belle returned the embrace and traced circles on his goddess's back. About that. He frowned. I think the reason has to do with meeting Candiaru. Hestia's head snapped up with shrunken eyes. What? He told her about his most recent experience, the cryptic things that flaming figure had told him. It would only make sense if that had been Candiaru himself. He somehow messed with the grimoire to meet you. Hestia paled. But how? I don't know, but. Belle reached into the nightstand drawer and grabbed a sheet of parchment, holding it between himself and Hestia. We can look at what he gave me. The parchment flashed purple as text bled into it. Name, Belle Cranell. Level 1. Job, none. Title, Wolf Slayer. HP, 1652. MP, 153. Underscore 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 underscore. OSTR B789. Ovit O D593. OW DEX O A869. OAGI A S956. OMAG G250. Ausen O A834. Remaining points 223. Underscore 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 underscore. Skills. Longevity. All diseases, poisons, curses, and status effects are healed. Sleeping will. Explosively increase regeneration ability. Sprint mana cost 5, plus 1 a minute. Activates to increase your movement speed by 30%. Costs 1 mana per minute to maintain. Your running has strengthened your legs. Unyielding spirit. When below 30% HP, all damage received is reduced by 50%. You have an unyielding spirit. Rasaka's armored scales. Physical damage reduced by 20%. Magic. Ignis Mortis. Mana cost 10, plus 1 a minute. Flames of death that burn even magic. Nullifies regeneration. Costs 1 mana per minute to maintain flames. Development abilities. Mortal and Goddess found themselves in stunned silence. Belle broke it first. I'm sorry, it burns magic? How do you burn magic? I don't know, but I already have a feeling it's completely absurd, Hestia dully answered, with a twitching eye. You somehow already got your agility above S rank, but why is your vitality only at D? I don't get hit much, Belle answered absent-mindedly, happy eyes unmoving from the page. There's no chant either, like the system said. Stopping regeneration, maintaining the flames. This is amazing. He then paused, his smile dropping as he noticed something. Wait, flames of death. That sounds morbid, he said uneasily. Well, Candy Guy did give you your magic, Belle. Hestia frowned. He doesn't give the impression of a good deity from what you've told me about him. That magic seems to reflect that. I guess so, but you doubt your power, not whether it'll ever be enough, but whether you can trust it. Make no mistake, in the end, this power is to be yours. Even though I felt absolutely terrified, he didn't seem malicious. It's confusing. Like, he warned me, But he put me through this mess in the first place. Belle sighed. At the very least, he did say my magic would be useful for my next quest, so maybe I should go now. Nope. Hestia grabbed Belle's hand and pulled him to the bed with a large pout. Did you not forget that you were dead not even an hour ago? I'm not just forgetting about that, Belle. She clutched him close while looking up at him with teary doe eyes. I need you with me tonight, please. ACK. My heart. He couldn't say no to that face. Aye. He looked away with a blush but quickly calmed down with a breath. Okay, I'll use tomorrow to try out my magic, but I'll be going into the D-rank dungeon at midnight on that day. Hestia didn't object to his decision but looked slightly confused by it. Why so late at night? There shouldn't be too many adventurers in the dungeon at that time. Belle scratched his chin in thought. So there'll be less people to risk seeing me, especially in case something goes wrong. Goes wrong. Hestia gripped him hard. Don't say that, Belle. Don't envision it, or it'll happen. What would you expect, anyway? To be fair, when I left the first instant dungeon I ended up in front of red-named monsters. Like the centipedes. And I still don't know how they got there. Belle's sweat dropped. Oh yeah. Tilda, the next day, Tilda. Under the early morning sky at the Central Park just outside the dungeon, Belle patiently waited by the circular fountain he and Lily had designated as their meeting point. I thought she'd be here by now. He ignored the gazes he got from way too many of the female adventurers as he searched for a small girl with a set of dog ears. He's gotten used to their looks at this point, not to mention. Excuse me. A cute girl in a mage outfit approached with a stutter. Would you dash? I'm sorry. I'm waiting for someone already. Oh. Belle didn't think he'd actually start being approached by these girls, nor would he have to start rejecting them because of more important things. Grandpa must be crying blood from his grave, and even his crying on the inside, considering his initial dream. Maybe he should just hide somewhere and wait until Lily shows up. Belle's eyes dilated as they locked onto a group of 3 men surrounding someone he recognized. Lily. The men had their chests puffed out, all 3 smirking cruelly as they spoke while the small girl shook her head in denial. Soma familiar. Belle sped towards them with a worried gaze, but he didn't even make it 2 steps before his hand snapped up and grabbed the wrist of someone reaching for his shoulder. He sharply turned his head and found a male with black hair and a longsword on his back, a man Belle immediately recognized as the adventurer from his and Lily's first meeting. The fuck? The man was evidently caught off guard by his movement, yanking his arm from Belle's hand and stepping back. I'm sorry, I have somewhere to be. Belle turned back. Hey. Oi, wait dash. He ignored the man's call and rushed over, not hesitating to slip between the men and stand in front of his friend. There you are, Lily. Belle piped up, smiling as he completely ignored the men around them. Belle-sama. Lily's eyes practically bulged out of their sockets. Huh? Who the fuck are you? The apparent leading adventurer, a raccoon man, snarled at him. He turned to the man with an innocent smile. Oh, I'm just an adventurer who needs Lily's services. Don't mind me. He turned back to Lily and leaned down, taking her hand into his. Bibi Belle-sama. She darted at their joined hands, cheeks reddening quickly. I've been looking for you. We have to get going for the dungeon or we'll lose time. He gently pulled her along, intending to get her away. Hold it. However, the raccoon man stepped in his way with a commanding look, which was quite the funny picture, seeing that Belle has more than a head over the short adventurer. I recognize you. He snapped his fingers with a large grin. You're the one that this little brat has been partying with lately. That's around the time we've seen Lilaruka getting heavier. Bags, I guess you've been her little golden goose. Lily flinched, but Belle gave her hand a comforting squeeze, his smile unchanging. Lily earns her valis with her work. I wouldn't be making as much as I am without her. And he meant it. Even with his inventory letting him store as much as he wants, he still would have needed to take the time to pick up everything dropped from the monsters in the dungeon, wasting time he could be using to descend deeper. But Lily had always been quick and efficient in getting monsters out of the way and looting them for their stones. What? That squirt? The man scoffed. You don't gotta lie, you're pretty good at making cash, right? Tell why what, how about you leave her and start partying with us? We could earn a lot more change that way. Not to mention. He gave him a smug grin. We could introduce you to our captain and his goods. Bell immediately knew something horrible was wrong as he felt Lily's grip on his hand. Titan. What sort of goods is he implying? Actually, no, it doesn't matter. He'd never just dump Lily aside, after all. No thank you. I'm fine with just her. Bell cheerily rejected his offer, wiping the smirk off the man's face. Kid. The man glared, his eye twitching. You don't know what you'd be missing out on dash. Nope. Bell peppily cut him off. No thanks. I'm not suicidal enough to be anywhere near the dungeon with any of you. Unlike all of you, I actually trust Lily. The girl looked up at him with raw emotion in her eyes. The raccoon man growled, face gaining something feral to it. You'll regret it, kid. We were being nice, but you just threw away your shot to join something big. Bell just chuckled. Well, if it's anything as big as you guys, then it must be quite disappointing. Lily choked before covering her mouth while absolute rage reflected in the group's eyes. Just by looks alone, Bell knew they wanted to jump him, but surprisingly, they had just enough self-control not to try it in the plaza. You're dead, Brett. The both of YA. Mark my words. The raccoon spat before marching off, with the other men, all giving glares promising death at the boy. Bell saw them pass by the other man who had tried grabbing his shoulder, the adventurer, scowling at them before choosing to follow the group. As they left a good enough distance away, Bell's smile dropped into a comedically blank gaze. What the hell did I just say? Lily blinked a few times in quick succession, bewildered by the sudden change. Bell-sama. I didn't think I had it in me to say something like that. Bell somehow seemed even more shocked at what he said than Lily. Why did I say something so crude? I shouldn't be saying stuff like that to people, even if they deserve it. Wait, but if they deserve it, does that make it okay? Bell got lost in his stupor as he muttered unintelligible words, leaving Lily staring at him dumbly. The girl slowly looked at her hand, the one Bell was holding. When will Bell-sama let go of Lily's hand? She pleaded, turning away from Bell with a red face that snapped Bell from his thoughts, the boy looking down at their joint limbs before gasping and quickly letting go. Sorry, Lily. He awkwardly shifted away a step and looked away with a blush of his own. The two were left in awkward silence, at least until Bell's gaze hardened as he thought about what had just happened. Lily. He cautiously turned back to her, voice just above a whisper. Were those men part of your familiar? The girl tensed, unmoving for several seconds after his question. Lily. He called out again. Why did Bell-sama do that? Her voice came out barely above a whisper. Bell could practically hear her conflict, the hesitance and confusion fueling it. Why did you step in for Lily? Bell's lips curled into a sad, compassionate smile. Why wouldn't I? My precious supporter was getting harassed. Precious supporter. Lily's hands tightly gripped the straps of her backpack. Bell-sama needs to be careful. Mr. Canoe and others will be searching for you now. And what about you, Lily? He asked without missing a beat. She finally turned to him, and Bell could see through her forced smile clear as day. Bell-sama doesn't need to worry. Lily will get by as she always has. He reached a hand to her. But Dash, now come on. We've already wasted enough time. Without letting him get another word in, Lily quickened her pace forward toward the dungeon, leaving Bell heartbroken. Not enough, heh. There was a notably uncomfortable atmosphere between the two as they made it through the first and second floors. Bell didn't know what to say now, as it was evident that Lily just didn't want to talk about her situation. In fact, she was even keeping her head down like she had during their first meetings together. He hid his disappointment as he followed her, feeling more than a little frustrated that she had just forced the subject aside. He couldn't exactly just push the girl into telling him her problems or to ask for help. It wasn't that simple. Lily was in a constant flight-or-flight mindset, where pushing her too far could scare her into never returning. But at the same time, keeping things as they were now, especially with what just happened, was just as problematic. He genuinely didn't know what to do other than what he's been doing already. There had to be a deciding factor, a moment of truth. But for now, he has to ensure that no backtracking has happened between him and Lily. Taking a deep breath, his expression lit up as he rushed forward to his supporter's side. Lily, I just remembered, I managed to get magic yesterday. That practically snapped the girl's head up at him, eyes wide open. Hey, Bell-sama has magic. But haven't you only been an adventurer for a few weeks? I know. It's shocking, right? Belle beamed. I almost didn't sleep last night because of how much I wanted to test it. I haven't even tried it yet. As if listening to them, the dungeon shook as cracks emerged on the walls ahead of them. Oh, I can test it now. Watch me. Belle beamed, stepping in front of the girl and readying himself as snarling goblins started being birthed. Belle pointed his palm forward as the goblins grouped up and started running towards him. Ignis Mortis. Alarm. A magic, Ignis Mortis, was activated. Purple flames violently burst into existence. Belle grunted as he was nearly pushed back by the unexpected force of the fire blasting out of his palm. It came out in a spiraling beam of flames that shot straight at the oncoming goblins, engulfing them all not even a second later. The blaze continued until it hit a wall, then exploded in a blast of violet light. The impacted wall struck was scorched black, with vibrant blackish-purple flames flickering the ground around it. And as for the goblins that had been there moments before, gone, reduced to atoms. Belle and Lily stood side by side with jaws dropped and wide eyes unblinking. That's. Belle breathed out. That's. Lily stuttered. Amazing. Oh, terrifying. They turned to each other in similar bafflement. What? You think it's scary, Lily? How do you not think so, Belle-sama? There wasn't a chant and yet it did that. She pointed at the wall and the batches of fire around it. They didn't even leave their magic stones behind. You completely incinerated them. Belle looked away with a pout. I think it looks cool. He grumbled. -1 mana will be consumed every minute. What? He raised an eyebrow at the message before looking at the burning, scattered flames. Oh, right. Cancel. The purple flames extinguished so fast that Lily yelped at their sudden disappearance. Oh, I can control how long they burn. Belle beamed. You can what? Lily shivered at the thought of those flames continuing to burn a person even after surviving an initial blast. Even being a good distance away, she can just feel how unnatural they are. She put her face into her hands and released a long, tired sigh. Belle-sama. Belle tilted his head to the side. Yeah, Lily. She threw her hands in the air. Why are you so weird? He blinked. Then he giggled. I think we've had this discussion before. I'm just special. Now come on. He took Lily's hand into his own. I want to see what my magic does on the 9th floor. Hey! Wait, what dash? Lily found herself dragged behind the boy through the dungeon. Belle-sama. Don't worry about it, Lily. Belle chirped, looking back at her with a handsome smile. As long as you're with me, I promise to always protect you. Her face turned full red in an instant. How can you hold my hand and say that with such a straight face? You pervert. Playboy. Manwhore. Enemy of women. Despite the list of expletives she sent, Belle just laughed as he led her down the early floors. That's right, Lily. I'm weird, but I'm special. You've seen it yourself. He gave a blinding smile to the stammering girl. I hope you see I'm special enough to protect you too. Later that night, or you have everything. Hestia uneasily watched Belle tap at the air before him. Even though she knew he was looking through his system, it didn't change how weird it looked when she couldn't see it. I never store anything out of my inventory. I have a high potion, a few low-grade potions, and even mind potions from NASA. And I still have my status recovery in case of emergencies. He said, vanishing the screen and turning to the goddess. Good, that's good. She squirmed in place, looking crestfallen. So now you'll be going to that dungeon, in the dungeon. Belle saw the woman's worries all over her face, to which he sighed through his nose in, understanding, and walked over, not hesitating to lean down and pull the goddess into a hug. I'll come back, Hestia, I promise. She tightly returned it. Please be careful. I will. They separated, and Belle gave her a pat on the shoulder. See you in the morning, Hestia. He turned around and ran. I'm off. Rio at night gave off quite a different vibe than it did in the morning. Whereas the streets would be bustling and loud during the day, the darkness of nighttime brought about a calmer, much more serene grace under the stars. Belle left the church and made an immediate beeline for Babel, running through the near empty streets with his sights on the tower and the tower alone. He didn't dare use swift and waste his mana for what he had no doubt would be another difficult challenge to him. Along the way, he ran past the hostess of fertility, not even bothering to look inside as he did so. Sweeping the ground inside the doorway, Syr caught sight of vibrant white hair and looked just in time to see the handsome boy, Belle. She peeked outside and got a better look as he headed for Babel, only to gasp with her hands to her mouth, dropping her broom. It changed. Belle didn't stop running all the to the dungeon at what he estimated to be right before midnight. He sped down the first 4 floors while avoiding any monsters on the way, ignoring the occasional cracking walls. Soon, he took the path down from the 4th floor, and finally stopped at the familiar brown walls of the 5th floor. Okay, finally here. Belle breathed short pants as he glanced in all directions and listened for any sign of other adventurers. He reached into his inventory and pulled out the D-rank instant dungeon key. Item, dungeon key. Item class, D. Type, key. A key that allows you to create an instant dungeon. You may use this at the center of the 5th floor of Arario's dungeon. Wait, the center of the 5th floor. Belle realized after rereading the description. Deeper. Within then. Vanishing the key away, Belle summoned Rasaka's fang and took off into the dungeon. Gra. Excuse me. Belle kicked aside a goblin that jumped at him without even glancing at it. He followed the brown walls illuminated by blue lights until he reached a small, round clearing that split into multiple paths. I think this is it. Belle muttered as he glanced all around him. It looks about right dash. Asterisk crumble. Asterisk asterisk crack. Asterisk asterisk rumble. Asterisk. Belle's eyes narrowed as the walls around him cracked open, with over 24 goblins and kobolds crawling out, growling and snarling. A monster party. Seriously. Signing in annoyance, Belle flipped his weapon into his left hand. I don't have time for this. He lifted his right hand with his palm open. Ignis Mortis. AIS followed Reveria through an upward path on the 6th floor leading them up to the 5th. Although her armor was damaged and covered in dirt and dust, the sword princess was in full health, as was the woman in front of her. When we get back, everybody's going to be surprised that you defeated a floor boss all by yourself. As for Reveria, she looked as beautiful and radiant as ever without any damage to her equipment, but there was an obvious uplifted disposition to her usual composed mood. Leaving Bors with the Eudias's sword was additionally quite kind of you, she carried on, the slightest hint of pride in her voice. Not many adventurers would ever give up such a valuable item. AIS absent-mindedly stared down as she reminisced on her feat in silence. She knew she should be proud of herself for today, knowing she had done something hardly any level 5 adventurer could ever claim to have done. And yet, what's wrong? AIS snapped out of her stupor and looked up to find that she had stopped walking, as Reveria was curiously looking down at her from a few steps ahead. I thought you'd be happy. You took down a monster Rex all by yourself, did you not? The high elf pointed out, confused at the girl's current mood. I am, AIS stated despite her doll-like face not showing it. She then looked down at the ground again. It's just. Reveria looked pensive before her eyes flashed realization. Is this about that boy? AIS didn't say anything, but her silence may as well be an answer in itself. Reveria couldn't help but form a small smile. In all her years of watching over AIS together, with the rest of their executives, the girl had always made it seem like she belonged in the dungeon to slay monsters, and nothing else. And yet, one rookie adventurer was actually diverting the blonde's attention to something outside of the dungeon for once, even if it was out of guilt more than anything, but its progress. It granted hope that the girl would one day find her own priorities and, more importantly, happiness that had nothing to do with monsters. To think is still on her mind. I've never seen her so troubled by anything like this. He won't be in trouble. AIS looked up at her with an evident uneasiness. Will he? It was a sobering question that wiped Reveria's smile into a frown. If he hasn't done anything wrong, then he won't. But at the very least, he must know something about the events that have been transpiring recently. It was a sudden development that changed Loki's initial curiosity about wanting to speak to the boy to being something that needs to be done. It had come about when their goddess had returned from an investigation they had done in Arario's source. Are you sure, Beat? The 3 level 6 executives of the Loki familiar stood beside their goddess at her desk, with additionally Beat on the couch and AIS herself standing to the side. Beat scoffed and leaned back against the couch with arms crossed. Damn straight, it was his scent, no doubt about it. AIS couldn't hide her surprise at the werewolf's claim. It was one thing to learn that they had found more of those plant monsters, violas, in the sewers of Daedalus Street, but it was another to know that the boy they had found in the dungeon, Bell, had been in those same sewers. Why was he there, especially with monsters that had given a first-class adventurer like herself trouble? You were able to tell his scent so clearly on a simple letter. Riveria asked, surprised to hear that the boy their goddess wanted to meet on a whim had somehow gotten involved in recent events. I didn't recognize his scent when I got that letter. It just smelled familiar, Beat admitted, with a huff. It was inside that reservoir that I knew it was him. The reservoir where the violas were. Finn clarified. Yep. Loki answered for him, a large grin on her face. Our little messenger didn't get out unscathed. What? Riveria frowned. We found his blood on the floor, and good old Beat remembered it from the dungeon. AIS felt her breath hitch. He had gotten hurt again, and she hadn't even spoken to him yet. Apologized to him. But why was he in there in the first place? She asked aloud. That's what we're hoping to ask the lad, Gareth said before turning to their goddess. So, what's the plan, Loki? With this, we may have a case to ask the guild to hold him so he could speak with us. Nope, Loki immediately denied with a wave of her hand. I had a talk with Dionyse and then Uranos about the guild. They seem hell as suspicious. I wouldn't bet on them not having a mole or two there listening in, regardless of who they work for. Riveria chimed in. I see. The perpetrators behind the events of the monster feria must at least be considering that we're getting involved in the investigation. So if the boy is somehow connected, then asking the guild to hold a specific person so soon after recent events could end up putting their eyes on him, therefore endangering him. Ain't that assuming the brat ain't somehow directly involved in pulling this shit? Beat spoke, up with narrowed eyes. AIS clenched her fists. The thought of such a young-looking rookie choosing to get involved in terrorism. Well, the possibility is always there, but I doubt it, Loki chuckled, putting an elbow on her desk and head in her hand, ignoring how he could have just not told anyone about those monsters in the sewer. He's the only child of Itty Bitty, and there ain't no way away or tits for. Brain is working for anyone messing with the city, no matter how desperate for cash she is. AIS relaxed. So we do as before and just keep an open eye out for him? Gareth asked. We're all gonna be busy with your next expedition coming up. We have much to prepare for since you'll have smiths from Feifei coming along. They're gonna want a lot of certain materials from the dungeon if they're gonna make the weapons we want to bring. Loki informed them. AIS didn't listen to the rest of the conversation. Her thoughts instead focused on the boy. The longer she couldn't find him, the more moody she found herself. As Loki had said, their familiar hadn't been able to prioritize looking for a random level 1 adventurer over getting ready for their next upcoming expedition that was soon to arrive. Preparing had involved herself, Riveria, Tiona, Tyon, Lefia, and Finn going into the dungeon just this morning for quick funds, intending to pass through the safe zone that is the 18th floor where an adventure-made town, Riviera, was built. However, when they had arrived, they had discovered that a murder had taken place in the town's inn. But the most shocking part hadn't even been the murder, but rather that the victim had been level 4. Things had only gotten more complicated from there, learning that the Ganesha familiar must have been tasked to bring something from the dungeon to the surface, more violas, suddenly sprouting in Riviera, fighting that red-haired woman who had brought them there, and then taking on the monster Rex, the Eudeus, by herself. A lot had happened in quite a short amount of time. And yet, even now, AIS found thoughts of that rabbit-like rookie plaguing her mind, especially considering how he could be involved in all of this. For now, we have our upcoming expedition to consider, but I promise you AIS that we will meet that boy again and properly apologize to him. Judging by how she raised her head, it did seem to reassure the girl. She nodded before closing the distance between them and following behind Riveria as they moved again. The two beautiful women continued upward in a quiet but comforting silence as they neared the 5th floor, only for it to be shattered by an echoing boom. AIS and Riveria paused as a faint voice echoed. Ortiz. Another explosion echoed not far above them. IG, Mortis dash. Another blast shook the area. That sound, magic. The elf realized. AIS tilted her head in similar interest, noting how impressively fast the explosions were. Coming out. A multiblast magic chant. Then, everything abruptly stopped. Wondering if something had happened, AIS passed Reveria in a hurry, the elf vice-captain, following her up. As they reached the top of the steps and entered the 5th floor side by side, they came upon a surprising sight. Several open cracks in the walls were currently repairing themselves, indicating that at least 24 monsters had spawned in quite a short time, and despite this, very few magic stones lay along the ground. But the baffling part about the small clearing before them was the luminous purple flames littering the area. They burned vibrantly along the ground with no signs of snuffing out, with the rest of the floor scorched in an unnatural obsidian color. What in Loki's name? Reveria breathed out, her eyes drawn to the frankly unnatural flames, pulsing before glancing at the lone figure at the far end. Is that? Aris's wide eyes immediately locked on the same person. He had his back to them, new armor, and looked a little taller than she remembered, but there was no way she wouldn't recognize that pure snow-white hair that looked soft to the touch. It's him, the boy that her familiar was looking for, and more importantly, the boy she's wanted to meet. For too many days now. She took a step forward and gone. All she did was blink, and he was gone. AIS stood dumbfounded and aimlessly looked around like a confused puppy. What? Reveria stepped forward, eyes searching the area in unconcealed astonishment. It was a rare look on the usually calm and composed elf. Reveria turned to her. That was him, wasn't it? Bel Cranel. AIS numbly nodded. At the very least, she hadn't imagined him, but still. The high elf swerved back to where the boy had been. Was that teleportation magic? But I didn't hear a chant, see any visual effects, or even sense any magic being used. It's like he was there, and then just wasn't. Her eyes turned sharp as she crouched beside the ominous flames still flickering. She could feel a menacing heat radiating from them, far different than normal flames, almost as if just looking at them would burn her. And then there's these flames. I can sense that they are made of magic like any other spell of an elemental nature, yet they haven't smothered out as they should have without flammable sources around. They must still be using mind to keep themselves going. But how is it being provided at this state? The Sword Princess didn't think she'd see the maternal figure of the Loki familiar so ingrained in something, but she vaguely knew how interested elves are in magic overall. They have such a mystical aura of magic energy. I've never seen anything like them. Reveria cupped her chin in fascination. Not to mention their smell. AIS blinked. That wasn't something she expected to hear. Magic can smell. But she doesn't smell anything. The flames weren't even producing any smoke for her to sniff. Wait, both of those are odd in themselves. I don't smell anything, she shared with a cute frown. Do they smell bad? Reveria absent-mindedly shook her head, gaze unmoving from the flames. No, in fact, she took a deep whiff, her emerald eyes turning glossy as they refracted the beautiful violet-purple colors before her. They smell rather pleasant, she mumbled. She said nothing afterward for nearly a minute and stared at the flames, making AIS curiously tilted her head. Reveria. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Both women jumped as every flame in the vicinity abruptly died out. Reveria stood, snapped out of her stupor, cheeks lightly pink as she realized she had gotten distracted. Extinguished together with no prior warning. Just what was that magic? And how did that boy manifest it so soon? Reveria whispered in intrigue. The Nine Hells has a deep interest in magic like any other elf, and being one, she was also far more in tune with sensing magic and familiar with the different properties many spells can take. She always appreciated witnessing different magic performed firsthand, but wouldn't usually get so overly curious about anyone's specific magic besides a moment of consideration, since it's in poor taste to investigate it from those outside their familiar. But those flames, she hadn't seen the proper spell they had come from, but she had still felt the rich magic emitting from them, a magic that felt far different from any before. It had felt almost primordial, in a sense, powerful yet dangerous, mysterious but alluring, a uniqueness that made it stand out too clearly, not to mention that rather unique scent her nose had picked up. And then there was that entirely different matter of how that boy, Bel, suddenly vanished from the 5th floor without a trace. Compared to the magic she had felt from the flames, there had been simply nothing indicating any kind of magic activated to perform such a feat. She knew better than to ask an adventurer from another familiar how their magic worked. But that curiosity was still there. Riveria. AIS hesitantly called out again, snapping the high elf from her deep thoughts. Ah, my apologies, AIS. She returned to her famously composed posture instantly, albeit with a furrowed brow. This magic drew my attention far more than I had expected. But it's sad to say that Mr. Cranel slipped from our fingers yet again. The mage sighed with a shake of her head. And now there are even more mysteries to him. How convoluted. She turned back to the swordswoman, only to pause at the sight of her expression. She was pouting. The sword princess was pouting with cheeks so puffed Riveria could compare them to a chipmunk, and both hands were clenched in evident frustration at missing the chance to meet that boy for the third time. AIS. Riveria hesitantly called out. Next time. The blonde's eyes were as sharp as a hawk. Next time he won't get away. In all her years helping raise AIS, Riveria quickly recognized the girl's disposition as making a choice she wouldn't back down from. AIS. The swordswoman simply marched for the surface. Riveria almost missed a step as she rushed after her. AIS. AIS. Chapter End Notes. Su'u, I had initially intended on Belle going through the dungeon and completing it. Here, Butte, I ended up writing other things that came to mind, including resolving Naz's situation and that morning portion at the hostess, and ended up at like 12,000 words somehow. Hey, go Mir. I guess that's what happens when you love both parts of the crossover so much that you just write scenarios so easily. Okay, but more importantly, how'd you like the magic? I know some people are gonna be like, really, flames? It's just firebolt again. But I think this form of it is just incredibly fitting in this context. Firebolt in canon formed from two things. First, the image of a burning flame Belle compared magic to in his dream, and second, the form of a lightning bolt effect that obviously came from his relation to Zeus. Belle's magic here still holds the image of a flame he sees in magic, but the other parts of it show the monarch's influence rather than Zeus's, hence the change in the flame's properties. IDK if. It makes sense, but I'm satisfied with how it came out. Besides, it's not like this is gonna be Belle's only magic, considering how easily the system awards skills and abilities. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this chapter. Let me know what you think. Next time Belle goes through a dungeon and, oh my god, stuff happens. Chapter notes. Belle has a choice made for him. Wow, a second chapter in even less than a month again. This is unprecedented. Completely out of nowhere. What could have caused such a thing despite the author's busy life? Well, you fucking bet it's because of that certain episode 11 of season 2, with Dark Aria. Again. You know I got hyped enough to speedrun another chapter where a similar event was upcoming. There was no stopping me when I was so excited that everything came pouring out beautifully on the pages. And I'm so damn proud of how the results came out, especially when it's such an important one. Hell, it's even longer than my previous chapters at about 16,000 words. That's the good shit right here. I worked really hard on this chapter, and I absolutely know that you're gonna enjoy it. With the recent hype of Dark Aria Baru. Enjoy. See the end of the chapter for more. Notes. Tilda are 3 hours before midnight or tilde. They are angry. Asterisk huff, asterisk puff, asterisk. They are so angry. I think she went this way. Lilaruka Ard was desperately running like her life depended on it, because perhaps it does. She made a sharp turn into an alleyway, knowing that it was only a matter of when rather than if she got caught. The moment she and Belle had separated for the day, she had immediately made a beeline for one of her makeshift safe houses, hoping to store her gained loot before Canoe or any of his men found her per usual. But what had happened between them and Belle had made them angry, and they hadn't hesitated to hunt her down not long after she had left the guild, leaving her with no opportunities to stash her earnings like times before. They must have pulled all the stops to keep her in their sights for tonight, and even then, a naive part of her just hoped to lose these adventurers just long enough to hide somewhere. Sadly, that hope was quickly smashed as the raccoon man Canoe popped up at the end of the alley she was cutting through, a sinister grin on his face. There she is. The man cheered as Lily skid to a stop. Fear flashed on her face before she turned around, only for 2 more of his posse to have already cut off the way she came. Odd. Canoe shook his head like a disappointed parent as he stepped towards. Huh. Why are you running? We just wanted to have another talk with you, you know. She was quickly surrounded by grinning men with drunken insanity in their eyes. I thought we had an understanding, Ard, Canoe continued, getting right in front of her. We generously let you be a part of the Soma Familia, and all we asked was for you to show a little appreciation for us, and yet. His grin dropped into a snarl as he yanked the girl's backpack off and lifted her by the collar. You've been holding out on us, you damn brat. As if prompted by his words, the men started ransacking the backpack while Canoe slammed Lily against the wall. Monster drops, potions, and other items made it into the adventurer's hands while Canoe himself intensely stared at the loot in greed. So many monster drops, you nicked those off that white knight of yours, didn't you? He turned back to a struggling Lily before slamming her onto the ground. What else you got on? You. He tore Lily's white cloak off, revealing her tattered clothing, with a bag of valise and a small red sword dropping onto the ground. Shit, you even had a magic sword. Lily cried out as she was tossed aside and Canoe picked up the magical blade with a feral grin, threatening to tear his face. I have half a mind to show you what happens when you lie to us, Ard, he said, his smile not leaving his face as he walked over to the prone girl and put a boot on her head, pressing down hard enough for her to hiss in pain. But seeing as we're so forgiving, we'll let you off with something light if you do us a little favor. Lily tensed, already dreading what was next. You see, I'm a little ticked off at you but more at that new white knight of yours, Canoe growled, thinking back on their earlier interaction. However, his smile then returned in malicious excitement. But I know how both of you can make it up to us. You'll be heading with him to the dungeon tomorrow, ain't ya? Yes. She groaned. Canoe lifted his foot off the palm and knelt, looming above her. Then all you got to do is bring him down to the 10th floor and make sure he wears himself down real good. Then you just bring him up to the 9th floor and we'll handle the rest. Got it? He whispered wickedly. Lily whimpered. He hasn't gone to the 10th floor yet, dash. Then make him. Canoe roared, abruptly kicking the girl into the wall. Do whatever you can to make sure that fucking pretty boy is down right where I want him. He proceeded to repeatedly stomp on the girl in uncontrollable anger while his team grinned. Who's responsible for the fact that a useless supporter like you can be part of the Soma Familia like us? Me. So shut your trap and just do what I say. Got it? He stomped one last time before glaring down expectantly. Why yes, see Canoe-sama. Lily whimpered, bruises already forming on her beaten body. His punchable grin returned. Atta girl, and don't worry if things get a little hectic down there. We'll be there to save you. All right, he said in a sickeningly sweet voice. CYA tomorrow then, Ard. Bwahahaha. Canoe and his cohorts laughed in the night as they left Lily and her torn backpack on the ground. The girl moaned as he body throbbed, forcing herself onto her back and staring upward into the twinkling night sky. Figures. She choked, every slight movement bringing a flare of pain. Lily supposes it was only a matter of time. She sighed, staring dully into the sky. Why did Belsama have to antagonize them? Now Lily has to. Her words trailed off, only for her to scoff. Why am I feeling bad? Stupid adventurer. It's all your fault. And now you're going to die. He was the one who had butt into something when he should have known better. Why should she feel guilty about him being an idiot? If anything, she's still angry that she could never figure out how to get her hands on that dagger of his. HMPH. Adventurers really are good for nothing. Serves you right. Lily growled, hands balling into fists on the ground. But if it makes you feel better, I'll always be glad to work with you, no matter what. Her burning anger was forcefully snuffed as she saw that annoyingly handsome face smiling. In her memories, unlike all of you, I actually trust Lily. She weakly moved an arm over her face, covering her eyes as she bit her lip hard. Serves you right. She mumbled. Why wouldn't I? My precious supporter was getting harassed. Serves. Her voice cracked. Despite covering her eyes, wet trails fell down the side of her face as she involuntarily sobbed. WHY. She sniffled. And so, a shaking Palum silently cried in barren loneliness. Tilda, present dungeon, or Tilda. Okay, here we go. Bell stood in an area nearly identical to where he had been standing on the 5th floor moments ago, but instead of brownish walls lit up by luminous stones, it was a gray area, engulfed in darkness. Why is it so dark? He squinted his eyes but couldn't see more than a few feet in front of him, which is honestly still a surprise considering he doesn't have any night vision abilities. -1 mana consumed. He blinked in confusion at the sudden message, only for his eyes to widen in realization. I must have left those flames still burning outside. With a simple thought, the message disappeared. I gotta make sure not to unconsciously let my flames burn, he noted to himself, only to get an idea. Actually, Bell opened his inventory, pulling out a club and the old coat he had picked up in the first instant dungeon. He wrapped the coat around the club's end before pointing his free hand at it. Okay, let's see if I can control the output. With just a thought, Bell's hand fired a small burst of purple flames that lit the end of the club, then continued to burn in an illuminating violet. So not only can I control the amount, but I cast with just a thought like when activating my skills. Good to know. Lifting his new torch, Bell was surprised to find the path behind him non-existent, along with additional tunnels above the ones that already exist. I thought the structure would stay the same as it was in Arario's dungeon, but it expanded. Instead, or is it more accurate to say it created its own space separate from the original? But still, he muttered to himself, giving a suspicious look at the many tunnels around him. Why is it so dark, unlike the other dungeon? Wouldn't the monsters here also be hindered by the dark? Unless... Bell suddenly shot to alert with Rasaka's fang in hand, carrying himself in a defensive stance. I hear skittering. He listened closely to his surroundings, putting his sense stat to good use, as he warily pivoted in place with an unsure look. There's so much of it, too, but it's the loudest. His gaze shot upward in realization. Above. Then his eye grew with horror. Killer ants. No. What in the gods' names are those things? Over 3 dozen insect-like monsters were swarming down the largest tunnel in the area. While red in color and ant-like in appearance, similar to the killer ants that start appearing. On the 7th floor, these monsters differed through not only multiple pairs of glowing red eyes but with open mouths holding human-like teeth between their pincer-like mandibles. Insectoids. All of their names were orange. Bell didn't hesitate to drop his torch to the ground and aimed his palm up. Ignis mortis. A powerful explosion of violet burst upward into the tunnel, taking out a large chunk of insects by itself. Ignis mortis. Ignis mortis. Bell sent more torrents of flames to hit as many monsters as he could, but even after killing so many of them, more insectoids managed to crawl through the opening and jump into the open with aggravated clicking sounds. He didn't waste any time rushing forward and started slashing them apart with Rasaka's fang. Effect: paralysis has activated. Effect: bleed has activated. Effect: paralysis has activated. Despite their orange name, Bell could still kill the insectoids with only 1 or 2 slashes, thanks to his dagger being an absolute godsend. However, he quickly realized that these monsters were extremely more dangerous than the killer ants. Not because they are faster and stronger and can leap forward, but due to their sheer numbers alone. He'd carve up 2 only for half a dozen more to be leaping right at him, a few even succeeding to strike him at times because he couldn't keep track of them all. NGH. Bell grunted as 2 insectoids rammed into his side and sent him tumbling. He barely had a split second to react by moving out of the way of 4 more trying to dogpile him, with more trying to join the swarm. Damn it. He jumped out of the way of more ants and opened his palm. Ignis mortis. Ignis mortis. He repeatedly blasted flames around him to cull their numbers, leaving their remnants continuously burning with his new spell's damage over time effect, which caused both panic and disarray among the masses of gathering insectoids. Bell was sure he would have been overwhelmed a few times if he didn't have his new magic with him. An attack that takes out several enemies at once is an absolute necessity here. With 2 more batches of flames, Bell killed another pack of insectoids that had attempted to converge on him, leaving their numbers noticeably lower. Take this. He shouted as he carved through more with his weapon, sweat dripping down his brow as he worked to finally end the ambush attempt. Using sprint with his dagger made quick work of the remaining monsters, finally allowing a moment of respite for him to catch his breath. Holy Hestia, there were so many of them, Bell panted, reaching into his inventory and chugging down a blue potion. Popping it out with a breath of relief, he wiped his mouth. I can't believe I already have to use a mind potion. This dungeon is no joke. Not detecting any more monsters, Bell picked up his torch while putting out the lingering flames that had helped keep the ants in disarray. Now then. He lifted the item and took a glance at the numerous tunnels. Where to go? It was a maze. The dungeon layout was a maze with several more paths than what he remembered from the 5th floor of Arario's dungeon, and it continued downward into the 6th and even the 7th. Different tunnels sometimes led to previous ones, while others led to dead ends that would have killed any everyday adventurer. That was because every time Bell found himself at one, he'd suddenly be ambushed by insectoids from other paths, like predators leading their prey into a trap. It was only made worse by the ongoing darkness that filled the tunnels, and Bell knew that if he didn't have his sense stat, he easily would have been caught off guard many times. He had to use his magic to make sure he didn't get swarmed, and it was about halfway through the dungeon when he discovered something. I didn't do this. Within one of the many tunnels he's explored, Bell found dismembered bodies of insectoids that he clearly hadn't caused. He approached the closest one and crouched down to examine it. These wounds. The monsters' bodies were evidently torn apart, and judging by the patterns on their damages, bitten off, he frowned as he stood back up, not liking the image presented. Looks like there's a bigger bug here. Is that why I've only been finding monsters at dead ends? They are collectively hiding from something. He didn't think there'd be something like this in a dungeon created by the system. A territorial dispute. Will it make conquering this dungeon easier? Or will it complicate things? Well, no matter the issue, the only way out is forward. Bell steeled himself as he jogged further down the tunnel. A few hours had passed since entering the dungeon, but he could tell he was almost nearing the end. The names of the insectoids had turned white at some point, an immense relief since that meant he should handle any more ambushes much easier. The deeper he traversed, the more bitten corpses he found, all clearly leading him to something. It wasn't long until he found it. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Bell's face scrunched in disgust as he found a tunnel covered with webs. They encircled the entire outline aside from scattered spots along the ground. Hundreds of partially or fully wrapped cocoons littered the floor or hung from the walls and ceiling, each holding the remains of insectoids intended for a later meal. He shivered at the appalling sight. A giant spider. Great. I don't know if that's better or worse than the giant snake. As if on cue, one of the many sacks of webbing hit the ground right beside him. Bell stared down at the decapitated ant corpse with a blank gaze. Never mind, definitely worse. He won't be looking forward to this. Taking a deep breath, Bell held Risaka's fang ready in hand while his left palm aimed forward. He then slowly made his way through the tunnel, ducking and stepping around. Webs. Luckily, they were gathered in thick batches rather than spread out everywhere. Otherwise, he would have needed to use Ignis Mortis to clear the way, and that would most likely just get the attention of whatever monster was further ahead. He traversed the tunnel for a few minutes, thankfully not finding a single live monster along the way. It would suck to fight surrounded by webs, and entered an enormous cavern that took his breath away. Whoa! Bell dumbly stepped forward as he found giant crystals covering the ground along the walls, some even higher above but below the webs dangling around the room. They were jagged and glowing with a captivating light blue color, with magic radiating from them. He couldn't feel much of it in each individual crystal, but together, waves of it engulfed the atmosphere to every corner. What are these? He stepped to the closest batch in a trance, examining them. Mana crystals. Dungeon-born magic minerals that can be mined, used to forge weapons and equipment with special properties, can efficiently power appliances or magic equipment. Mana crystals. Bell's eyes sparkled at the descriptions. Wait, so they're like magic stones, but can be used for weapons and equipment. He loudly whispered in awe. These are game-changing. When he thinks of a weapon with special properties, he thinks of Risaka's fang, and as his seen so far, Risaka's fang is absolutely extraordinary. So if he gets a blacksmith that can use these materials and the monster parts he's collected to make more weapons like it, they'd be on a whole other level than the ones in Orario. But where am I going to get a blacksmith to give these materials to? Bell grimaced. He couldn't just advertise that he has never before seen materials from originally made dungeons, created by an external force. He checked his inventory of all the monster drops within. He was still holding a mass bulk of Rykon fangs in addition to the many insectoid mandibles and legs he had picked up from the dungeon so far. Would these work better than normal monster drops from the first floors of the dungeon? Bell dispersed his inventory and sighed. He'll have to think about this later. He has more important things to worry about. Okay, so where's the boss? He glanced at the surrounding room and turned to stone at the sight of a giant nest of webs at the far upper end, with something huddled in their center. That's Dash. Oh boy. Bell found himself looking at a giant spider with a gray carapace on its enormous abdomen and 8 legs covered in black exoskeleton armor with gray exposed joints. Although it was at the other end of the room, he could make out the jagged teeth of a closed mouth and a dozen dimmed eyes. That's a big spider. Giant arachnid Boriura. Only an orange name, but it's stronger, far stronger than Risaka had been. So much that even when it wasn't moving, Bell found his body tensing up. It has to be at least level 2. Bell knew that hardly anyone would ever think to fight anything a level above them. After all, no level 1 would ever think to fight something like a minotaur. He sure hadn't back on the 5th floor. Risaka had been at most a level 1 at the very peak of becoming a level 2. And in comparison, the Biriura was unbelievingly strong. And yet, as he stared at the monster, he didn't feel any ounce of fear or a single concern that he was in over his head. His sense stat would have told him if it was impossible to fight such a monster, but here he is, standing tall in the same room as it. I'm strong enough to feel confident against a level 2 monster. Bell crouched into a fighting position, waiting for any sign of movement from the dungeon. Boss. He waited for half a minute until he realized that the Biriura's body was slowly elevating up and down. It's sleeping. Bell lowered his guard, admittedly feeling slightly awkward that he wasn't immediately thrown into a fight, unlike every time before. Did it get tired after eating a whole bunch of ants? Okay, but what now? He could take the chance to land a vital blow on the monster, but its position up high on the webs would make it difficult to press on. Taking a minute to think, Bell's eyes lit up, and he turned to the mana crystals. Wait, the dungeon will disappear the instant I kill the boss, won't it? Did the system set it up so that I can collect these first? He rubbed his chin in thought. But how do I mine them? Almost immediately after asking out loud, he answered his own question. Oh, right. With a pickaxe. He reached into his inventory and pulled out an item. A metal pickaxe. Item class, D. Type, tool. Increases mining efficiency by 30%. Thank you, random item box. Bell chuckled, patting the object in appreciation. It had been one of his daily quest rewards, one of the many random items he collected. While his gotten a few weird or plain things from it, sometimes it's given him some useful stuff for everyday things. He lifted the tool over his head, only to freeze at a foreign thought. But what if the boss wakes up from the noise? He hesitantly glanced over at the sleeping arachnid at the room's far end and then back to the crystals. It wasn't long before he sighed. Well, either I try getting some of these now and risk waking the boss, or I immediately fight it and don't get any crystals at all. Decision made. Bell lifted his pickaxe and slammed it down onto the nearest crystal, shattering it into multiple pieces. He then immediately turned around in preparation for the boss to wake up and attack, only for it not to. He smiled excitedly. Tilda, meanwhile room of prayer, oh Tilda. A giant man with an aura radiating power was seated on a large throne in a poorly lit room. With wrinkly skin, white hair down just below the shoulders, and pale blue eyes, the man sat with an impassive gaze, wearing a black cloak with a white robe underneath, giving an impression of inarguable authority. Nothing at all, Fells. The man's calm voice echoed through the chamber, but there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Before him down the stairs stood a black-cloaked figure with notable skeletal hands, no other parts of his features could be made out. None, Uranos. The figure responded, voice mystical and reverberating. I've investigated the 5th floor of the dungeon where you felt the disturbance but found nothing indicating its cause. Uranos, the head of the guild, sighed at the lackluster answer. Nothing at all, Fells. The only signs showing that something had occurred were pitch-black scorches I found along the walls and floor as if something had burned them. Aside from that, I waited for nearly 2 hours and even searched a floor above and below for anything out of place, but found nothing. My apologies, Uranos. The now-named Fells admitted. It is nothing to apologize for. However, it is quite concerning that twice something has occurred in the dungeon, but we don't have anything to show from it. Uranus's eyes narrowed in contemplation. First, the day when that room was found, now this. It had been simply a typical day for Orario until the god of the sky sensed a pulse of foreign, abnormal magic spike from the dungeon. He had sent Fells to investigate the matter, and the information his assistant had come back with was something entirely unexpected. A room on the 5th floor that hadn't been discovered for decades, and yet the Ganesha and Loki familiars had found practically nothing but a stone pedestal and a boy who had gotten chased inside. It was later when the mystery only grew, for the boy's accounts of the room had involved a harrowing challenge he had been forced to complete, nearly perishing in the process. As nothing had been shown to have actually affected the dungeon, Uranos hadn't been sure what to think of the matter and had simply let it pass. That was until just hours ago when he had felt another spike of the same unnatural magic from the dungeon's 5th floor again. But yet again, besides the signs of fire Fells found, there was no information gained that could point to the cause of the disruptions. Luckily, there appeared to be no consequences involving the dungeon, but the concern about it remained. Fells, twice now has something occurred on the 5th floor of the dungeon. I must ask you to contribute portions of your time to keep a watch there for anything else abnormal. He commanded. It shall be done, Uranos. The mysterious figure politely bowed. And about the adventurer that had been discovered in the room. What else have you found? About him? Fells shook his head. There isn't much to say. He had only started his descent into the dungeon 2 weeks before that event. Simply a level 1 unlucky enough to have been chased into that room. There isn't any other history to him aside from coming from a rural village days away from Orario. Nothing else. I see. You may conclude from investigating him further, then focus your efforts on searching for what could be causing the abrupt changes in the dungeon. Of course. With that, the black-clad figure vanished from sight, leaving the god of the skies alone. He looked upward in the room with a frown on his face. Something is changing, and he knows it. He just doesn't know what. Asterisk bang, asterisk asterisk bang, asterisk asterisk bang, asterisk. Bell carved into crystals at a fast rate, going through just above half of them in about half an hour. Quite the feat considering how much of the room was covered in them. Phew. Wiping his brow of sweat, he picked up the many chunks of crystals and vanished them into his inventory. I got all the ones by the entrance, but now I'm mining nearly in front of the boss. He took another glance at the slumbering arachnid. It still hadn't moved since he entered the room, but now he was closer than comfortable to the monster. I already have over 100 mana crystal shards in my inventory. Do I really push for more so close to it? He considered it for a few moments before his face hardened. No, I'm lucky enough to have gotten these crystals without waking it up. I can't waste the opportunity for a surprise attack when it's so much stronger than the other boss. And the system said that these crystals are dungeon-born anyways, so what's not to say it there won't be more in other dungeons. Decision made, Bell put away his pickaxe and took a position away from the boss. He had already refilled his mana with another mind potion and still has both the high potion and his status recovery in stock. His ready. Sprint. Bell rushed forward and leaped high into the air, flying just above the boss. Here goes. Holding his dagger downward with both hands, Bell roared before plunging it right for the center of the Biriura's head. Asterisk clank, asterisk. Dread filled his veins as he stood on the monster's head, his dagger shaking against it with no visible damage. It's skin is like armor. The Briara woke up instantly. Scree. Uncurling its legs, the giant spider immediately flicked its head up while shooting to its feet, flinging Bell backward through the air as its grotesque jagged mouth released a screech that shook the entire room. Landing into a crouch several feet away, Bell grimaced as he witnessed the giant monster crawl out of its webs and crush the ground under its many feet, a powerful pressure of bloodlust directed at him. A surprise attack, and Rasaka's fang didn't even draw blood. Now I know why this is a D-rank dungeon. The Boyara immediately rampaged forward for him, its front 2 legs swinging its pincer, like feet surprisingly fast for its size. Sprint. Bell rushed forward and avoided the strikes as they smashed the ground behind him, swinging his dagger right for another leg as hard as he could. But like before, his Weapon clanged off the appendage with sparks flying. Too hard. Kreokeokeoka. Growling, the monster tried rapidly stomping its many large feet to crush Bell, pivoting in place while the boy jumped and swerved out of the way of each attack. Even a single leg strike so strong. Bell panted as he swerved and slashed at each leg, grazing by, leaving no lasting damage even with his fantastic weapon. This isn't working. If my weapon won't work, then maybe my magic. Bell sped around the Boyara before being forced to block one of its swinging legs. His dagger clashed against the hard armor-like skin, and he grunted as he was sent flying backward, feeling his bones vibrate like when blocking a strike from Ryu. He quickly recovered by flipping through the air and landing on his feet a few yards away from the monster, which he used as a chance to aim his palm forward. Ignis Mortis. Concentrated flames burst forward and hit the monster's large body, bringing an annoyed scream as purple flames spread against its side and continued to burn. Yes, they work, Bell exclaimed. Not a second after saying that, the spider turned in his direction and opened its mouth. Scree! Its roar created a shockwave that forcefully snuffed the flames off its body. It put them out with just a roar. Bell shouted, flabbergasted by the feat. But at the very least, his magic did leave scorch marks on the monster's body, signifying it had some damage. But it wasn't enough to justify spamming Ignis Mortis on it. The Biryura raised its legs high before burying them halfway into the ground. It then burst them upward, flinging large boulders in Bell's direction. TSK. He activated sprint and dashed forward, weaving between chunks of rock. It's just like before when I couldn't cut the first boss, which means he zoomed and used some flying debris as footholds to leap high above the arachnid. Go back to the same strategy and target its weakness. Bell spun his dagger and held it downward as he fell toward the monster's head, a goal in mind. Cut into the eyes. As he descended for the boss, it snapped up its head and opened its mouth wide. Fra! A green liquid spewed from its mouth right at Bell, making him gasp. He pointed his palm left and activated Ignis Mortis with just a thought. The force of the blast abruptly sent him to the side, narrowly avoiding getting hit by the spray of green liquid. But his changed trajectory resulted in a giant limb slamming into his side. Ooah! Bell felt ribs shatter as he was sent flying into the wall, bouncing off the surface and crashing down onto the ground. Bletch! He spurt blood from his mouth as agonizing pain spiked through his chest. His vision blurred, but he kept just enough clarity to see the boss already rushing toward him. NGH. No time to take the high potion. Status recovery. Immediately a glow flashed quickly around him as if sensing his urgency. His internal injuries became no more, and he dove out of the way right before a leg stabbed the ground, where he had just been. Bell grunted as he rolled and flipped backward to avoid 3 more legs trying to strike him. In quick succession, he then jumped high and unleashed another blast of magic in the boss's face, sending himself backward with the recoil, making space between them. Landing into a crouch, Bell panted in a brief moment of respite. He glanced to the left, where the spider's green liquid had fallen, and found the ground melting away. Acid. So I was right to dodge. If he had been a second late, he would have died. Granted, he still almost did from one hit just now, but that seemed far better than getting hit by corrosive acid. A tough body and acid. This sucks. Bell glared ahead at the monster as it screeched in pain, extinguishing the lingering flames, again to reveal a disgusting, partially scorched face. If it's actually concerned enough to put out the flames, they must be doing good damage. Even if just one hit from this monster can do so much damage, it doesn't change that I can still hurt it, that I can still kill it. He brandished his dagger as the Biryura rushed for him again. I just need one moment, that's all I need. Bell dashed forward in a burst of speed, heading to meet the boss. Seeing him heading towards it, the Biryura opened its jaws and spewed another wave of acid at him. Move faster, faster. He vanished from the spot and moved faster than ever, ducking under the acid and dashing underneath the giant monster. Using the chance out of sight, he leaped up to one of its pivoting legs, pulled himself up, and jumped right on top of the boss's head. Dagger reeled back. Bell's battle cry roared through the dungeon as he plunged his dagger directly into one of the monster's larger eyes. Dagger, and I'm sinking into the organ with orange blood splattering all over him. The arachnid roared in agonized fury as it started flailing around and bent its front arms to strike its attacker, only for its body to be unexpectedly locked in place. Effect: paralysis has activated. Effect: bleed has activated. Your foe will lose 1% of health each second. Now, seeing the prompt, Bell recalled his dagger and made it materialize in his left hand, leaving his right free inside the monster as he grinned dangerously. Ignis Mortis. The boss's head jerked and started swelling with a strangled cry, its face distorting as it expanded violently right before. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Bell was sent flying backward as blood and guts, both charred and fresh, splattered in all directions. He landed on the ground with a grunt, sprawled out on his back, with orange blood covering his entire front frame up to his face. Chunks of organs landed in a pitter-patter all around him, with even the remains of a single eye landing right on his chest. Alarm. You have slain the giant arachnid Boriura. He stared at the ceiling with a tired gaze, completely done with everything. I probably could have done that a lot cleaner. Alarm. You have completed the normal quest. Conquer the dungeon. Your rewards have arrived. Bell sighed before sitting up, wincing at the now headless corpse of the boss collapsed with a loud crash. Sorry, but you did try to kill me. Quest rewards. Normal quest. Conquer the dungeon. You have unlocked the buy function of the shop. The selection of items for purchase will be scaled to the player's status. He bounced to his feet. This is what he's been waiting for. Alarm. The player has met the requirements to level up. Bell gasped at the abrupt message, his breath taken away. What? Choosing to level up will enhance the player's abilities and unlock a selection of development abilities. There is a chance for the player to unlock skills, magic, or development abilities with every level up. Would the player like to level up? Accept, refuse. If refused, the player can decide to level up at any later time. I can level up. Bell unconsciously faltered backward with ragged breaths. I can level up. He cheered through the dungeon with his arms up, elation glowing in his eyes, and the biggest grin he's ever had. That grin quickly changed to disgust at the smell of burnt guts and fresh blood filling his nostrils, making him gag and cover his mouth. This proved to be a mistake, as he found himself spitting out blood that had been on his gore-covered hand. Blah. His face scrunched in disgust. Gross. He focused his attention back to the screen, questions filling his mind. My stats have reached an acceptable standard. With one quick thought, Bell's status popped up. Our STR, A821-SSS1357. Our VIT, C629-SS1023. Our DEX, S914-SSS1489. Our AGI, S986-SSS1515. Our MAG, G301-SS1067. Our SEN, A898-SSS1334. Remaining points, 273. He couldn't believe his eyes. What are these stats? My magic and vitality went to S rank. With just this dungeon. Wait, stats can go above S rank. While flabbergasted beyond belief, Bell could guess the acceptable requirement for leveling up had to do with his stats being at least S rank. He had assumed that S rank would be the highest point he could reach, yet here he is, breaking those boundaries. Wow, this is a lot. He muttered, feeling at a loss of what to do. He hadn't needed to use his emergency stat points and could spend them now to get the most out of his abilities before leveling up, but he could also wait and try to raise his stats to the most he could, right? You'll regret it, kid. We were being nice, but you just threw away your shot to join something big. You're dead, brat. The both of YA. Mark my words. The morning's events flashed in his mind, making Bell frown. The men from Lily's familiar might come after me. Lily had said it herself. That man, Canoe, and his men will be looking to mess with him. Somehow. He couldn't risk not being prepared to deal with multiple adventures just because. He wanted to stretch his already impressive stats to the max. So he'll level up. But he won't do it until he gets back to Hestia. She deserved to experience the moment with him, the moment she had lost the ability to complete herself. Nodding at his decision, the screen marked the reject option before changing. Alarm. The boss has been slain. The dungeon interior will revert to its original state. He watched as blue pixel lights covered the area like the previous time, erasing the instant dungeon and taking him back to a small clearing on a blue-lit floor. the 9th floor. Belle noted, recalling this particular clearing from going down here with Lily a few times. He looked down at his blooded form and sighed. I'm so glad that the baths are open at this time of night. Tilda, old church 1 hour later, or Tilda. Belle might have given the lone worker at the bathhouse quite the scare with the bloody mess on him, but he managed to take a much-needed wash to clean himself of bug giblets before returning home. He entered the rundown church and into the basement, a breath of relief as he opened the door. But where he had expected the room to be dark and his goddess sleeping, he found it lit, and the woman sitting on the bed hugging her legs instead. Hestia's head immediately swerved in his direction as he entered, eyes lighting up and glistening not a second sooner. Beale. She dove at him, and Belle didn't bother moving. He simply smiled and caught her in his arms. I'm home, Hestia, he said like any other day, carrying his clinging goddess onto the bed. Used to her habits by this point, Belle held her until she calmed down, and then he told her everything that had happened in the dungeon. A giant spider. Hestia paled at the image he gave her, trembling in place. That sounds worse than the snake. Oh, it was, Belle nodded. It wasn't necessarily because the spider had been worse to fight, but rather the disgusting atmosphere around it. The environment would have given any regular adventurer the shivers, but I beat it, and I got rewards. Oh. Hestia looked quite curious, quickly getting over her shivers. What did you get? Well, firstly, I unlocked the shop. Belle beamed. I looked at it on the way back, and there's so many cool things. But, they cost quite a lot of gold. His sweat dropped. And that's considering the system is only showing me items depending on my current status. He had choked on his own spit when he saw what the most expensive weapons cost. Then he read their effects and took a double whammy. It only got worse, considering these items appeared based on his current strength, meaning there'd be so many crazier and more expensive ones in the future. I can buy weapons, consumable items, equipment, and even dungeon keys. He finished, bringing a gasp from his goddess. Wait, you mean you can just avoid Arario's dungeon and only grind in the instant ones? Belle shook his head. I thought so too, but each key has a one-time purchase, and the only ones I can buy right now are a few E-rank and 2 D-rank ones anyway. Okay. But that shop still sounds really useful. What else did you get? The goddess sparkled. Well, it wasn't a reward, but Belle reached into his inventory and pulled out one of many chunks of mana crystals. These crystals were growing inside the boss room of that dungeon, and I was able to mine about half of them. Hestia's eyes were captivated as they reflected the illuminating blue crystal in his hands. Whoa, Belle, what are these? I can feel magic from them. Belle handed them for her to examine. They are called mana crystals. The system said that they grow in dungeons and can be used to power things just like magic stones. He smiled excitedly. But they can also be used to make weapons and equipment with special properties, just like my current dagger. Hestia whipped her gaze from the stone to his eyes, her own widening. Weapons and equipment. And they could make things like that scary dagger of yours. That's. She pursed her lips anxiously. The potential of that sounds amazing. It is, but there's one problem. Belle's smile fell. I don't know any blacksmiths to let use these, let alone anyone we can actually trust with anything the system gives me. There's no way we can share these without too many questions. Hestia's eyebrows furrowed to match his expression, looking down in conflicted thought. Belle. She looked back up at him. Is it important that you get weapons or equipment made from these things? He rubbed a finger under his chin. I'm not sure, but even with how amazing my current weapon is, it couldn't cut through the boss of the dungeon until I went for the eyes. The same thing also happened in my first instant dungeon, when my guild dagger couldn't cut through the boss's scales. He frowned in serious consideration. I can't keep relying on that strategy forever. The monsters in the system's dungeons can get overwhelming sometimes, but it's the bosses that are the most dangerous. Just one hit from the giant spider had forced me to use my status recovery, and I think the system will only keep throwing more terrifyingly strong monsters at me in the future. If any of them don't have any vital weaknesses, then the last thing I'd want is to be unable to hurt them. So yeah, I do think it's important to have options, especially with all the monster parts I've been stocking up with these mana crystals. I could try saving up to buy weapons from my new shop, But the selection is limited right now, not to mention expensive. Hestia bit her lip at the information. Her child-in name was forced to keep fighting above his weight level, and it was doubtful that the system would be lenient when giving him quests with absurd monsters that might be able to exceed Monster Rex's the more he grew. She couldn't do anything to help him. But she knew someone who could. Someone she trusted down to her Ica. Belle, do you remember who I stayed with before living in this church? The adventurer blinked, surprised by the sudden question. Yes? You mentioned that your friend Hephaestus let you stay. He paused, registering whose name he just spoke. You want to ask Goddess Hephaestus. It wasn't a question. If getting more gear is that important to you, then she's the best and probably the only person we could ever even think about bringing these materials to. Hestia responded in dead seriousness. Heffy's been my best friend since Tenkai, and I trust her with my life. She would never reveal a secret of mine, no matter how damning it could be. I would know, seeing that she's been keeping some for me up to this day. Belle considered the notion but looked understandably unsure. If you trust her that much, Hestia, then that's reassuring. But I don't know her at all, so to suddenly tell her about the system I'm not saying you should tell her about it. Hestia quickly cut in, raising the mana crystal between them. I just mean that we can show her these materials and ask her to make things out of them. While that was more reasonable, there were still problems. Won't she ask questions about where I got them? He pointed out. Of course she'll be curious. Hestia faltered, only for her eyes to harden. But she won't ask questions if it's me, especially if she knows I'm doing it to keep you safe. If anything, I think she'll overlook it if it means working with materials she's never used before. She'd always get excited about working with certain things. Belle couldn't help but admire Hephaestus just from hearing his goddess's absolute trust in her. It made him feel like he could also trust the deity of blacksmithing if he ever met her. However, there's no way we can afford any of her work. I've seen how expensive some of her familiar's stronger weapons can be, and Risaka's fang was better than them. Even if I sell her unique materials and use all the Valis I've been making recently, there's no way we can pay her for multiple items. Belle pointed out the biggest issue in forewarning. Why you let me deal with that, Belle? Hestia said in determination, but there was no hiding her nervous stammer or the cold sweat that broke out. Oh no you don't. Belle deadpanned as he took the mana crystal back and vanished it into his inventory, like a parent taking something a child shouldn't have. You are not going to throw yourself into debt, especially when there's no way I won't help you pay it off. Belle, come on. I can work something out with Heffy. Hestia pouted. Then work it out with me there to help. Belle returned sternly, his husky demand freezing. The goddess. Do you honestly think I'd let you take a burden for me? You're my goddess. Hestia . The declaration of being his brought a pleasant shiver down her spine. So your problems are mine as well, especially when it comes to money. If we want to decide something, then we'll do it together, understand? He finished firmly. Hestia looked down and fiddled with her fingers, cheeks growing rosy. She found herself unable to speak against his authoritative tone, only because he sounded very convincing, of course. Oh okay, Belle. She relented in almost a whisper. Seeing her back down quietly, Belle's hard look dropped for a kinder one as he reached over and patted her head. I know you mean well, Hestia, but you can't cause problems for yourself just to help me. But I've barely done anything to help you, Belle. The goddess's expression turned, shameful even as she leaned into his touch. Everything you've been doing so far has basically been on your own. You're getting strong fast, too fast, and the system gives you everything you need. If I could at least do something for you, then I'd stop feeling so useless every time you go out and get hurt in those dungeons. I just want to contribute like a goddess would. Belle hesitated at her reasoning, scolding himself for not considering how she must feel on the sidelines. Oh Hestia. He sighed before pulling her into his arms, hand still reassuringly caressing her head. You'll be doing so much just introducing me to Hephaestus and helping me work with. And did you forget that I got the chance to be an adventurer only because of you in the first place? You looked after me so much when I was just starting off. You gave me a home, worked to help bring us food when I was barely making anything, and always welcomed me back with a smile, reminding me what's important. You've already done so much for me. Hestia, and this time, it'll be me paying you back. Ah, really? Despite her cheeks turning hotter with how intimately she was held, Hestia felt complete elation, relieving her of her concerns. Of course, Belle chuckled. I can't have you living here forever, you know? My beautiful goddess deserves an equally beautiful home, doesn't she? Be beautiful. Hestia's whole face turned tomato red, with steam leaking from her ears. If you're that confident about Lady Hephaestus, then I'll think about us talking to her another day. Belle pulled back from her, smiling comfortingly. Okay. Oh, okay, Belle. Hestia stammered, barely able to stare him in the eye without squealing. So, did you get anything else in that dungeon? She rapidly spoke, desperate to move on before she gained some dangerous thoughts. It was then Belle's smile threatened to split his face. Oh yeah, I can level up now. Hestia blinked. Belle, can you repeat that? I can level up now. He repeated in the exact same fashion. Okay, I thought I heard that right. She put her palms together and closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. Belle. She opened them to a blank face. Show me. Belle did as instructed, printing out his status and showing it to her, giving Hestia an exasperated crisis on his absurd stats and the fact he could level up after only about a month from when he started adventuring. But after her panic subsided, she quickly turned as excited as him. What are you waiting for, Belle? She asked with stars in her eyes. You should have leveled up the moment you got the message. Well, Belle looked down shyly. I wanted to do it with you here, like you're the one leveling me up, you know? As my goddess, the one choosing it for me. Belle. Hestia's eyes watered as her face squished with love and affection. She hugged him tightly. You're the best mortal anyone could ever ask for. She then backed up with an excited grin. Now come on, there's no point holding off on it with those stats. Let's do it. But are you gonna use your remaining stat points before you do? You might as well get the most out of them. I had the same thought. Belle nodded and lifted a finger. All right, then I'll use all my points on my lower stats. OSTR, SSS 1357. OVIT, SS 1023-SSS 1163. ODEXO, SSS 1489. OAGI, SSS 1515. OMAG, SS 1067-SSS 1200. OSEN, SSS 1334. Remaining points, 0. Satisfied, Belle got to one knee and took the goddess's hands into his. Okay, Hestia, let's do it. The woman's breathing quickened, and her twin tails shot straight up. Don't say that while looking so sexy, Belle. You're gonna make me think of doing something else. HNGGGGGGGGH. Let's. She stammered, looking down shyly to control herself as Belle closed his eyes. Level up. Alarm. You have leveled up. A violet glow enveloped him, filling the young man with a new feeling of absolute power. Winds kicked and swirled around him and Hestia as the goddess stared in awe at the young man's radiating aura, her twin tails flailing around while her child looked completely serene as it happened. The winds and lights then faded into obscurity, and Belle was left taking a short breath before opening his eyes with an accomplished smile. There. Alarm. You have unlocked a selection of development abilities. Please select 1. Hunter improves abilities against monsters the user has fought before and gained. Excelia from Luck improves luck. Butcher improves abilities the more enemies have been killed during battle. The player may have the opportunity for previous development abilities to reappear every level up. Belle stared at the screen in interest. So these are development abilities. Oh, you have those. Hestia perked up. I forgot that your system still uses the falna as a basis. They are abilities a person can learn upon leveling up. You can only choose one every time, but the number you can choose from is dependent on the amount of Excelia you've accumulated. Which ones popped up? Belle printed out his status and showed the options to her, and Hestia studied them studiously. I don't know much about development abilities, but each one tends to be valuable. While Hunter does sound useful, Butcher sounds obviously better, doesn't it? Instead of making it easier to kill what you already could before, getting something to fight a lot of monsters at once no matter the situation would be better, right? Especially with how many you've been fighting in those instant dungeons. Belle hummed in understanding. You're right, but he frowned at the name on the screen. I don't like the name. I mean, I doubt all development abilities have nice-sounding names, Hestia shrugged. They are like skills but with a mostly predetermined selection. Don't think too much about it. Belle, you're anything but a killer. She returned to the parchment, looking at the last ability with squinting eyes. As for luck, I don't even know where to begin with it. Its description is way too vague to know where its potential lies. But if I had to guess, it could be something like divine protection. Divine protection. Belle inhaled. Something like it that just influences certain factors or something, I don't know. Hestia crossed her arms under her impressive bust. You might not even notice the things it does. Protection. So which one are you gonna pick, Belle? Hestia asked, waiting patiently for him to decide. Belle cupped his chin in deep thought. Hunter is out. Butcher is just better in every way, considering his current situation. It even seemed like an obvious choice compared to such a vague description from Luck, and yet, hadn't he reached this point thanks to Luck in the first place? Surviving that minotaur by miraculously finding that chamber, surviving the challenge within. Even when all odds showed he should have died, the high income he makes with Lily daily. Getting the absolute perfect magic for the insect dungeon, and even conveniently having that pickaxe in his inventory for those mana crystals thanks to the random item box. Smile growing, Belle decided. Luck. Alarm. You have unlocked the development ability, Luck. Ow. Dissipitin. Belle jerked back as the screen turned static for a split second, flashing something he didn't even have the chance to see before it returned as if nothing had happened. What's wrong? Hestia immediately noticed his reaction, grabbing close to him nervously. Thought I saw something, a weird glitch. It fixed itself though. Belle said though he frowned, as he wondered what that was all about. But before he could think about it, another message popped up. Alarm. You have unlocked the skill, Sacred Insight. Oh, another skill. He happily gasped. Sacred Insight see through the lies, illusions, and deceit of all. It's a lie detection skill that also sees through illusions and trickery. I'm sorry, did you just say that you got a skill that's basically one of every deity's most important powers? Hestia deadpanned. Belle turned to her with wide eyes. Every deity has the same thing. She rapidly nodded. We do. We can see through the lies and dishonesty of mortals we speak with. It's one of the big things the snobbier deities hold proudly to remind themselves of our godhood. Having that skill is almost like trying to one-up them. Belle cupped his chin in thought. Does that ability extend to detecting the lies of other gods? Hestia gave him a hesitant look. No. Our divinity prevents us from seeing through each other. Does yours? She trailed off. Well, my skill says of all, so. They awkwardly stared at each other in silence. Okay. She closed her eyes. Let's test it out. Hestia opened them, giving Belle déjà vu at her utterly blank face. Belle, I absolutely hate you. I don't even need the skill to know that's a lie, he deadpanned. One time I caught Loki patting her chest in front of a mirror. She said next without her expression changing. Belle didn't miss a beat. That's a lie, and you shouldn't say stuff like that about others. Hestia. Her expression finally broke as she turned pale. Okay, wow, so your skill actually is one-upping the gods. That's cool. That's one way to put it. Belle chuckled, only to frown at a sudden thought. The other gods won't like this skill if they find out, will they? Belle, that'll be the least of your concerns if the other deities learn about the system. Hestia. Deadpanned. Fair enough. He sat down and leaned back against the couch in a relaxed manner. Miss Aina is gonna be so shocked when I tell her about my level up tomorrow. Hestia's cheeks puffed at the mention of the half-elf, only for her to suddenly stop, paling. Before she sat on the edge of the bed with her hands pressed together in concern. Belle, I probably should have thought of this before, but this is a problem. He abruptly straightened up with eyes hardened in preparation. A problem? Hestia nodded, eyes unmoving from the ground. I don't know much about guild procedure, but what if they ask you for proof on your level? Up. Tilda, the next day, Tilda. You leveled up in just MMPH. Belle didn't think he'd ever have the courage to cut his advisor silent, but here he is, a hand, covering her mouth with a frown. All around him, adventurers and guild staff paused and glanced at them with curious or confused gazes. He didn't pay them any mind and just sighed. Miss Aina, you really have to stop abruptly shouting like that. Can we talk in a room? Please. He removed his hand, leaving his half-elf advisor both chastised and embarrassed. Why yes. Right away. Aina quickly led him to one of the guild's small rooms, where they sat, across from each other. Aina shamefully looked down. I'm sorry about that, Belle. I was just caught off guard. It's just so unbelievable. She raised, her head in fluster. The fastest level 2 level up ever recorded was the Sword Princess, and she did it in just about a year. Belle's eyes lit up in surprise. An adventurer getting to level 2 in only a year. And that was, without any external factors like the system, incredibly impressive in its own right. What even happened for you to suddenly level up yesterday? Aina asked in bewilderment. I got ambushed by over 40 ants, he answered nonchalantly, like it was an everyday thing. For him. Aina didn't find the response funny and paled. A monster party of F40 killer ants. Technically, it had been way over 100 ants throughout the entire D-rank dungeon, but he wouldn't admit that. He still isn't technically lying anyway. There had been over 40 ants. It was rough. They appeared out of nowhere and kept trying to surround me, but I managed to make it out okay, thanks to my new magic. He smiled. Alright, you did mention you got magic during our lesson on the 10th floor yesterday. Aina adjusted her glasses in a show to regain her composure. But to think you beat the Sword Princess's record nearly 12 times over. You mentioned her again. Who is she, anyway? Belle asked in interest, making Aina blink in surprise. You don't know. Ah, never mind, I suppose you're still rather new to the city. She pushed, her glasses up on her face, their lenses flashing. The Sword Princess is an adventurer of the Loki familiar, AIS Wallenstein. She's a level 5, no, scratch that, level 6 as of yesterday. She just turned level 6. Belle hummed, his mind calculating how strong such a person must be. MHM. Aina nodded with a proud smile for the girl. She's known as the strongest and most beautiful sword fighter in Ororio, hence where her alias came from. She sounds incredible, Belle admitted, wondering how long it would take him to reach that point with the system, only to come to a realization. Wait, did you say the Loki familiar? The same familiar that had found me in the dungeon. Yup. In fact, Aina gave him a smug, teasing grin. Wallenstein was the knight in shining armor who carried you out, Tilda. Ah, in what way? He couldn't help but ask. He was too curious. She didn't carry you in her arms like a lover if that's what you're hoping, Aina smirked. I heard she gave you a piggyback ride. It must have looked so cute. Belle chuckled, imagining himself being carried in such a way by such a strong woman. Now, I wish I was awake for that. Aina paused, her smugness wiped away for a pout. I thought you'd be more embarrassed than that. He shrugged. Maybe I'm just used to being close to beautiful women. He then flashed her a smile. I do spend a lot of time with you, after all. Her head puffed in red as she broke into a stammer. B. Belle. When did you dash? Why you can't just dash? Not so nice now, is it? Belle playfully smirked back. Aina paused, realizing she's been had. Her face scrunched in mock outrage. Why you dash? So about my own level up, he cut in, returning to the main subject before she could retaliate. Am I going to have to show my status? Because that might be a problem with how overprotective my goddess is. If he's lucky, Aina won't ask him to show it since he's always been honest with her, even if he might have held back some information. But if he has to give some kind of proof, he has a status sheet. Hestia had spent the remaining hours of last night drawing by hand, mimicking what a level up would look like, aside from the skills and magic of course. It frankly looked a little rough, but it should work if Aina doesn't look too hard dash. No, you'll just have to fill out some paperwork and you're good. Aina beamed. Wait, that's it. Belle blinked in confusion. Statuses are extremely private, Belle. The guild can't justify making an adventurer show them, unless they've been convicted of a crime. The most we can do is ask them to show only the upper portion where their level would be, but I trust you. Besides, no deity has ever done or would dare lie about a level up of one of their children. Yes, they've hidden level ups to hide their extra firepower, but lie about a level up that didn't happen? That's just asking to be exposed, since adventurers easily notice that sort of thing. If found out, a familiar would be seen as a complete joke, not to mention the enormous fees they'd have to pay, Aina explained in her professional tutoring tone. Hey, the more you know. Belle smiled in relief at the information. But Hestia is gonna be super angry at those wasted hours. About 20 minutes later, he finished his paperwork and left the back room with a big smile. I'll see you tomorrow, Miss Aina. Love you. He waved goodbye, making the half-elf once again sputter tomato red and retreat out of sight. Feeling satisfied with himself, Belle hummed as he headed for the exit, only to pause as he caught sight of a group of adventurers crowded around one of the notice boards in chattering excitement. Did something happen? Led by his curiosity, he approached the group and peered over them, his new height giving him an edge to get a glimpse at a sheet of parchment on the board. Belle's eyes flashed with recognition at the name, the Sword Princess. On the board was the notice of a level up from an adventurer, an impassive-faced girl drawn to perfection, the same adventurer Aina had just told him about. The one who just turned level 6 like he did level 2 yesterday. She's beautiful, he couldn't help but note, crossing his arms with an appreciative nod. He read an optional description below her image boasting of the feat that had pushed her limits. A monster Rex. A dungeon boss. She took out the Udeus all by herself. One adventurer gawked. The dungeon boss on the 37th floor. A beauty like her, so far from the rest of us. Belle smiled in sympathy as he thought about the 2 dungeon bosses he had taken out on his own, understanding just what kind of experience the woman must have gone through. Good work, he whispered softly before confidently smirking. But I'll be catching up to. You'll level one day, I promise that. With that, he turned around and left the guild pantheon. Wait a minute. He was just out the door when he stopped. The news of my level up won't overshadow hers, will it? Learning from the previous day about the attention he gets from girls, Belle hid himself in an alleyway near the plaza where he and Lily usually meet. He stayed in the shadows created by the early sunrise and waited until he saw his supporter finally show up by the fountain. His expression lit up as he strolled out of the shadows and made a beeline for her. He couldn't wait to share the news of his level up. He approached with a wave. Good morning, Lily. Belle noticed her tense. It was one of the most subtle movements, but he still saw it in his attentive eyes. Lily. He called out softly. The girl looked up at him with an annoyed pout, one that immediately brought a wary feeling crawling along his back. You're late, Belle-sama. Lily got here before you this time. She huffed. Something is wrong. Sorry. I always have a few things to do before the dungeon. They just took longer this time. He forced his smile to look natural, not even bothering to correct that she had just got here herself. I didn't make you wait long, did I? I could give you a bigger share this time to make up for it. Lily looked dumbfounded at his casual offer of giving up more money, and he saw the slightest tremble of her lip before she forced her face into a flat look. There you go again, Belle-sama, giving money away. Are you trying to be poor or something? I'm not hearing a no from you. Belle chuckled. Lily looked down, enough that he couldn't see the emotion in her eyes, but he still saw the slight press of her lips and the way the grip on her backpack straps readjusted the slightest. In what he somehow knew to be anxiousness. He was growing more concerned by the second. Belle-sama. Can. She hesitated, head hanging and voice nearly monotone. Can we try going to the 10th floor today? Belle tensed. The 10th floor. It's where the dungeon changes yet again. It takes the enormous rooms and ceiling height that the 8th and 9th floors have, but with the light provided becoming close to mist, partially obscuring vision. Not to mention, that floor is where larger monsters, like orcs and even the considered level 2 monster infant dragons spawn. And for Lily, in her current mood, to suddenly suggest it. This is it. He could see right through it. It's too sudden, so it must have to do with those men from her familiar yesterday. Did they task Lily to take him to the 10th floor, or is she planning to end their partnership herself somehow? If it's the former, then her familiar must be around, watching, but he couldn't sense anyone's gazes on them. Could they already be inside the dungeon, waiting? Or are they watching from far away? They won't know that he's level 2 if they confront him, but even then, he doesn't know their numbers or levels. Even if they are all level 1, it's not uncommon for groups of adventurers of the same level to team up and take down a monster, or maybe even a person, a level higher than them. He could probably avoid this altogether if he just left Lily right now. But Lily is his supporter, and even if it's naive, he can't see her as a horrible person. Just someone who needs help but never got it. And with his new skill, it was more apparent than ever just how horrible and reluctant the Palum felt about it. Just looking at her, the slight slump of defeat, face hidden under her hood, her dull tone of voice, everything pointed at her just giving up. She wasn't even bothering to put her full effort into tricking him. It must have been those men who put her up to this, the same men who must have treated her horribly in their own familiar. Lily must have not been given a choice in the matter, and if he doesn't willingly confront whatever is waiting for him, then this will most likely be the last time he sees her. He'd be willingly walking into a trap, and yet he's already been through much worse. Besides, with his sense stat and hidden abilities, he should be able to take down anything a level 1 party throws at him. And as for the matter possibly being Lily's own doing, he'll get there when he gets there. Giving a smile softer than his hair, Belle made his choice. Okay, Lily, let's go. Her head jerked up with wide eyes and an open mouth, like she hadn't expected him to say. Yes, like she had expected him to see right through her. He does. And that's precisely why he has to go. You're not even gonna ask why. He almost didn't hear her with how quiet she got. Belle reached down and pat her shoulder. I trust you, Lily. She practically turned into a statue, staring at Belle at a loss for words. He didn't mind it and gently took her small hand in his. Now come on, if we're gonna go to the 10th floor, then we'll need every second we can get. He chirped, leading her by hand once again as caring as before. Lily didn't say anything as she was led towards Aurario's dungeon, head down but eyes going through a multitude of emotions. And even then, she could feel the gentle warmth radiating from Belle's hand, the only thing keeping her grounded even through her misery. Their trip down was uneventful, with few monsters appearing during their straightforward path downward. Belle took care of them every time effortlessly before going right back to holding Lily's hand. The girl never commented on the act and simply let herself get led forward, but her grip tightened the closer they got to their destination. Not even an hour had passed when the duo made it to the 9th floor, the most recent floor they've been farming. Belle stopped about halfway through and took a calm exhale from his nose. It won't be long now, but first. He looked down and found Lily still silent and as still as she could be for someone moving. But he could feel just how tight her hand was around his, as if letting go would make him disappear at any moment. Lily. Why yes, Belle-sama. She seemed so scared. Like twice before, Belle took Lily's hand so he was holding both, then crouched to one knee, so that he was at eye level. Can you look at me? She didn't immediately listen, keeping her head down and biting her lip. Please. He pleaded. After a few seconds, she hesitantly lifted her head, and Belle didn't know what she was expecting, but the girl looked into his eyes and froze. The 10th floor is when things will get dangerous, he said, making her tense. He quickly spoke again with a smile of comfort. So just in case, I want to remind you that no matter what happens, no matter what sort of trouble you're in, no matter what you think about yourself, I'll always be there to help. All you have to do is ask. Her eyes widened, her still form staring dead silent at him. I know we haven't known each other for too long, but you're important to me, Lily. You've taught me so much about Aurario, your company is wonderful to have, and you do such amazing work in the dungeon for me, even if you don't believe it. Her body started visibly shaking. But I noticed things, Lily, much more than I ever did before. And if there's one thing I noticed about you, it's that you're lonely. You always smile and laugh things off, like you think it's okay to be alone, like it's okay not to get help from others. But it's not. Unmoving eyes moistened as her breathing shortened. Belle's smile turned sad. I was alone, too, you know? When I first came to Aurario, not a single familiar wanted me with them. I was just a scrawny kid they thought couldn't even hold a sword. But when I was out of funds and at my lowest point, my goddess found me. Reminiscent fondness filled his eyes. She saved me when no one else would. She gave me the chance to become something I've always wanted to be. She saved me when I was all alone in Aurario, almost broken by anxiety and loneliness, just like I'm sure you're going through. By now, there was no hiding the tears forming in the Palum's eyes, nor the heart-wrenching pain in them. If I'm mistaken, Lily, then I'm happy with the way things are between us. But if I'm not, then like my goddess who saved me when I was alone. Belle closed his eyes and gently pressed his forehead against her hands. I want to save you, too. You just have to trust me. Lily choked out a sob, her head dropping with tears falling onto the ground. You knew. Her distressed voice firmly gripped Belle's heart. But before he could say a word, the girl tore her hands away and backstepped, eyes hidden by her lowered hood. Why you knew? You knew this whole time, didn't you? You knew exactly why I wanted to be your supporter. Why I kept asking about your weapon. I did, though I ignored it for a time, Belle admitted softly. The girl grit her teeth and clenched her shaking hands, refusing to look at him. Are you an idiot? What is wrong with you? Do you really not have anything in that thick skull of yours? Any and all self-restraint left the falna. All of her bottled emotions came pouring out in a cracking voice. Fire erupted in her veins and boiled her blood. Do you know how many times I came back just to try and steal your dagger? How many times I said horrible things to myself about you behind your back? How many times I thought you were a complete fool with how little you knew about Aurelio? I even hid so many monster drops for myself whenever we collected them. I noticed. Lily practically snapped her neck with how fast she looked into his eyes, gawking. Wadash? Boodash? She babbled, losing her words. Belle chuckled, the softness never leaving his eyes. I thought you needed them more than meh. That reignited the absolute outrage in her flooding eyes. And you still partied with Lily anyway. You're a fool. The most stupid and naive adventurer I've ever met. How do you not understand that Lily is a thief, a bad person, the worst kind of falna who does nothing but lie and steal? I was trying to do the same to you, you moron. Do you even realize why Lily even suggested going down to the 10th floor in the first place? It's to get you exhausted so my familiar can ambush and rob you blind. Just so Lily wouldn't get the worst of their treatment. And you'll still say you want to save her. Of course. It wasn't the statement itself that abruptly snuffed Lily's anger. It was Belle's absolute resolution given without hesitation. She gaped at him like he was a foreign creature, and then her legs gave out under her. Lily. Belle rushed and crouched in front of her, holding her by the shoulders in worry that she would pass out. Are you all right? She didn't seem to hear him, simply staring at him with flooded eyes unmoving from his. Why? She whispered. Belle blinked, then his soft smile returned as he leaned forward and held the small girl against his chest. Because Lily is a good person who was forced to do bad things. A person who was left with no choice because no one ever let her have one, because no one ever wanted to help her. A bad person wouldn't look back at the things they've done and think they deserve to be alone. I just can't hold it against you when I know how much you must have suffered. And in the end, you spoke up, Lily. You told me what was wrong, just like I thought you would. But what if she hadn't? Lily sniffled, a compendium of emotions swirling. What if Lily had let Belsama just keep going? He had thought about the possibility before. He really had. Lily leading him to a trap that could get him killed would be worse than even what Naza had done with his potions. With a lamenting sigh, he answered. If something like that happened about a month ago, I probably would have overlooked it. But I had someone else do something that could have got me killed before, and I understood that I couldn't just ignore it. Lily flinched in his arms. I wouldn't have hurt you if that's what you're wondering. I'd never retaliate like that, Lily. He pat her back with a melancholy smile. But I guess it depends. Lily, is your familiar forcing you to lead me down? He got a hesitant nod and a sniffle. I didn't want to, Belsama, really. You're the kindest adventurer I've ever met, kind to. Even someone like Lily. He was relieved to hear only the truth. But that doesn't make it okay, does it? She followed up shamefully, leaning her forehead against his chest plate. Belle shook his head. If you had decided to still lead me down without telling me, then I still would have saved the both of us out of it. You know that, Lily. But I would never know if I could trust you not to do it again, especially if you ever got into similar circumstances. It would have been like saying that no matter what, you'd never accept my help. That you would always do what'll help yourself, even if it got me hurt every time. Lily abruptly pulled back and looked up at him in teary desperation. Never. Lily doesn't want to ever betray Belsama. She doesn't want him hurt. She promises. She'll never do it. She won't even think about doing it ever again. So please. Her eyes tightened with falling tears. Please don't leave Lily alone again. She whimpered. Truth. He almost laughed in relief. He would have completely believed her even without his new skill. The raw agony and desperation in her eyes just couldn't be faked. He pulled her back into an embrace even tighter than before. "I'll never leave you, Lily," he soothingly whispered into her ear. "You're my precious supporter, now and forever. Be Belsama." Cheek pressing against his chest, Lily's face scrunched up before she screamed, bawling her eyes out as she held onto him for dear life. "I'm sorry, Belsama. I'm so sorry." Belle moved a hand and gently peeled off her hood, revealing her true appearance, chestnut. Brown hair without canine ears. Smiling, he stroked a hand through it. Naza's cries flashed through his memories. "I'm sorry. I didn't want you to get killed, honest. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry." He wondered just how different things would have been without the system. If he ever would have. Noticed just how much his friends had been suffering, and if he ever would have properly worked things out with them on his own. When Belle had first woken up with the system, he hadn't known what to think of it then. It had taken away his precious connection to his goddess and thrown him into dangerous scenarios without any consideration for his life. It acted on automatic procedures to update his strength with absolutely none of the personal love and care Hestia has always given him. But at the same time, it gave him the chance to become stronger than ever before, providing incredible boons that could shake the very foundation of Rio. But was it worth knowing that his life isn't wholly his anymore? That he's working under the watch of a deity within agenda he knows nothing about. And yet, it's helped and changed him in ways he's never considered. He's more confident than ever, stronger than ever, and he can make choices in matters he would have had no clue how to resolve in the past. Confronting Naza and Lily had been conflicting, but now he has two friends who understand what they did wrong and want to be better, true allies that won't cause him, or anyone else, any more harm. He doubts he could have done that with who he was before. So, in a way, like any falna, the system is a blessing too. Belle suddenly shot to his feet and pulled Lily behind him with sharp eyes. "Who's there?" Lily was shocked by the sudden action, only to pale in horror. "Oh no. Be Belsama. We have to leave dash." She was cut off by a loud, mocking laugh from the path back. Well. Coming out from behind one of the stalagmites was a familiar raccoon man maliciously grinning with a shaking sack in hand. Just a few seconds later, he was joined by all of the same men Belle remembered from yesterday, plus more, making a group of 6. "Hey, we decided to come and check if little Ard took up her task. And what do we find? The two of you cuddling up like some pigs." "See canoe," Lily exclaimed. "TSK. And here I thought the runt would be useful for something after all." Belle additionally recognized the sword-wielding adventurer who he first caught Lily running from. "Lily, stay back," Belle warned with a shielding arm. "Or, look at you. You look like you actually care about the parasite." Canoe cackled. "You got some weird tastes, man." And Lily, "Oh Lily, you can't even do a simple thing for your generous familiar. There's nothing generous about scum like you." Lily snapped back with venom. The grin was wiped from the man's face. "Well boys, looks like Ard finally grew a spine. And here I thought she was smarter better than that." Canoe cocked back the sack in his hand and flung it forward, its contents unraveling to reveal half of a threshing killer ant wriggling on the ground. Scree-I dash. Scree. The monster flailed uselessly while leaking purple blood, but its presence made Lily pale. A killer ant. 2 more sacks containing the same injured monsters were thrown forward. It was apparent what they were doing. Ants don't live in packs, they live in hordes, and leaving 3 alive calling for help was practically a death wish. "All right, here's the deal, brat." Canoe spoke again with mocking kindness in Belle's direction, unable to hide the greed in his eyes. "You don't want to become prey while fighting us, do you? Drop everything you've got on you, and we'll let you run off dash." Ignis Mortis. Violet light engulfed the area as flames roared forward and engulfed the ants, instantly killing them off before their shrieks and pheromones could carry too far. "What the fuck?" Alarm lit up in all the men as they instinctively backed up from the flames. "Canoe, you didn't tell us he has magic." Belle closed his smoking palm and glared at the perpetrators, who rightfully looked cautious. "Now, stop this. Is this really all you ever do? Gang up on people and prey on them? And for what? Money?" He scowled. Canoe growled. "If you had just gone with us, kid, then you would have understood the reason dash. It doesn't matter the reason. Bell cut him off with a snap. It doesn't change that you enjoy hurting others and taking everything from them. You enjoy stealing from Lily and hurting. Huh. And that's the difference between them and Lily. Lily never truly enjoyed hurting others and only stole out of a need to survive. These men, they had just rotten to their cause. Canoe's eyes turned cold as he reached into his pocket. Boys, guess we'll have to take care of this ourselves. The men starting to spread out all held the same levels of crazed hostility in their eyes. Bell, crouched in a fighting position, arms out and ready to spawn his weapon. An emergency quest has been issued. He tensed. Emergency quest. Kill the enemies. There are entities nearby that intend to murder the player. Slay them and ensure your safety. If this quest is not completed, a penalty will be issued as a result. Enemies required to be killed. 6. Enemies killed. 0. His blood turned to ice. What? He stopped breathing. I have to dash. No. Why would I dash? Die, brat. He had only been distracted for a second, but in that time, Canoe had pulled out a red magic sword and aimed it forward, violent flames of similar force to Bell's own bursting forward. They hit him dead center, exploding on impact and sending him all the way to the wall with a violent crash. Belsama. Lily's agonizing scream echoed in grief as the person she had finally come to accept was killed with what had been her own stolen weapon. Phew. Canoe raised the small sword with a smirk. Didn't want to use it, but it's better not to risk any more surprises. Hidden within clouds of dust, Bell was laid out against broken stones with a single cut, bleeding on his head. The attack hadn't even taken out half of his health, and yet, he lay motionless, with eyes full of muddled horror at what he had seen. What? A ring echoed like a bell in his ear. Emergency quest. Kill the enemies. There are entities nearby that tend to murder the player. Slay them and ensure your safety. If this quest is not completed, your heart will stop. Enemies required to be killed. 6. Enemies killed. 0. A cacophony of dread and horror plagued his body down to his heart. If I don't finish this quest, my heart will stop. He choked on a gasp as the reality of the situation hit him. It warned of the risk of a penalty a moment ago. But now, if he doesn't complete this quest, then he will die. And it won't be the adventurers that kill him. It'll be the system. Why? His hands balled tightly into fists, and his body trembled as his breathing quickened with pupils shaking. Why? 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 He shakily sat up, coughing multiple times before strangling out a warbled cry. I'm not a killer. Why is the system forcing me to kill them? I'm level 2. I can stop them. If this quest is not completed, your heart will stop. With my skills, I can. There's no need to kill them. I've never dash. If this quest is not completed, your heart will stop. I want to be a hero, not a murderer. I won't dash. If this quest is not completed, your heart will stop. No, it's not dash. It's not right. Don't make me do it. Bell closed his eyes and curled forward, gripping his head so hard that more blood was pressed out. I can't. He choked out. FTQST, A with circumflex L. The screen flickered. If this quest is not completed, your party member will die. Everything stopped. His eyes shot open, pupils dilating to the point they nearly filled his eyes. What? All his shaking, all his rampant thoughts, every single emotion abruptly snuffed out, leaving only eerie silence as the warning bled in. A scream cut through the stillness. Bell's gaze shot up through the clearing dust. His eyes tunnel-visioned to Lily, his supporter, wailing in grief with her hands pinned above her head by the ponytail man from their first encounter. His knee pressed down on her stomach as he unsheathed his sword with a sick grin. The world moved in slow motion as the blade was lifted above his head, fully intent on bringing it down. Lily. Bell didn't think. He only saw his friend in trouble. His mind was murky, but his instincts were as sharp as ever. He moved. Sprint with his new level 2 speed turned him into a speeding bullet. He blurred right past the men ransacking Lily's bag and swung his hand as he reached his supporter's assailant in a near instant. A slice echoed through the air. All movement stopped, as did sound. Bell kneeled behind the man on top of Lily, his outstretched hand now holding Risaka's fang, the tip of the blade slowly dripping blood onto the ground. The man's grin was frozen on his face, but there was a strain in his eyes as he felt something wrong. A thin line of red formed on his neck. Then his sword clattered to the ground, followed by his head with a splat. What the fuck? Canoe and his men immediately jumped up with their weapons in hand, the first signs of fear in their eyes as the rest of the corpse toppled to the side. Canoe, didn't you hit this guy point blank with that magic sword? How is he alive? One of them shouted. I don't know. Canoe's tail stood frantic as the man stared at Belle as a true threat. I didn't even see him move. Lily stared at the corpse right next to her with wide, horrified eyes. She slowly craned her head at the one who saved her. Be Belle, Salma. The boy stood utterly still, eyes dull of red. To her, he was just staring at the empty air. But he could see something else. Enemies required to be killed, 5. Enemies killed, 1. 5 left. He just killed a man. He just took a life in a single instant, in a moment where he let his body move on its own. And he didn't feel anything doing so. Why? He thought he'd feel sick down to his stomach, completely horrified at what he had just done. But instead, an eerie calmness, no, a numbing coat, dampened all the feelings he was experiencing. Was it the system's influence? Most likely, but it didn't change the facts. The moment he had seen Lily in trouble, he had immediately resorted to the most heinous option first, the idea that had been forced to the forefront of his mind as the most optimal and efficient solution to save his friend. He could blame the system, but he had allowed himself to make the choice so quickly when he saw the danger she was in. But even if the girl wasn't here, he still would have ended up forced into it regardless, wouldn't he? The system, with all the benefits it's given him, isn't his friend. It won't ever listen to his demands, to his pleas. Like in every quest he's been given, he has no choice but to do or die. So that's it. Why did he forget? The entire nature of the system was for one thing and one thing only, his growth. And he hadn't once considered what it could make him do to other people for the sake of it. He accepted that it would help him while bringing him pain in return, like some form of tough love, but he hadn't ever considered the absolute worst it would make him do for the sake of getting stronger, for the sake of surviving. His thinking had been wrong this entire time. He had thought of the system as some kind of beautiful gift even with the hardships it's given him. He thought it could help him be the hero he wanted to help people like Nazar and Lily, that it had been helping him get strong, just because he passed its test and was rewarding him for it. But in the end, the system doesn't care what he thinks. Its challenges are based on the survival of the fittest, to do whatever it takes to live. Because that's what matters to it in the end. It wants him to survive. It wants him to be strong. As much as Belle grows thanks to it, it's providing such growth for something in return. It wants him alive for a purpose he doesn't know yet. The system uses me, and I use the system. That's all there is to it. It's telling him to kill if he doesn't want to be killed, but it should know that he could take care of these men without taking their lives. It's not concern or kindness to give him a quest to guarantee his safety. This is just what the system wants from him, to be tough, to be ruthless, to be at the very top, no matter who he has to kill in the process. Belle stood straight with his head down, a deep breath visible flowing out from his mouth. Fine, you win, he murmured, voice barely above a whisper as he turned around. Just don't touch her. He walked towards the 5 remaining members of the Soma familia, passing by a catatonic Lily with his dripping dagger loosely hanging from his hand. I'm sorry. I don't want to do it, but he finally spoke up, raising his head to reveal a kind, sad smile that didn't match the menacing blend of red and purple swirling in his eyes. You brought this down on yourselves. His message clear, rage filled the remaining men's faces. Kill this bastard. Canoe shouted with an outstretched hand. A bushy-haired man immediately flung multiple daggers while others rushed forward with weapons in hand. Belle only had to move his arm to deflect each knife in quick succession before 2 men jumped at him with their swords swinging. He just as effortlessly parried the first man's downward slash and sliced his neck with a simple swipe left as he walked past. The man dropped his sword as he frantically clutched his bleeding wound, choking on his own blood. The second man immediately followed with his blade swinging for Belle's head, only for his target to vanish in a blur. It wasn't even a second later when he was doubling over in horror, with a sliced stomach as the boy reappeared behind him, calmly walking forward. The third man rushing with his short sword stopped and recoiled in terror. How is a level 1 moving like that? He yelled. Effect, Paralysis has activated. Effect, bleed has activated. Your foe will lose 1% of health each second. Both heavily wounded men vomited blood as their bodies violently spasmed with sparking. Electricity. Bell didn't look back as he pointed his palm behind him, scorching purple flames engulfing. The men instantly without even a scream. Enemies required to be killed. 3. Enemies killed. 3. Seeing the merciless killing, the remaining sword wielder hysterically screamed and turned to run, only to abruptly puke blood as a dagger pierced him from behind in the blink of an eye. Enemies required to be killed. 2. Enemies killed. 4. Bell swayed as he passed the collapsing corpse without another glance. Stay away. The initial bushy-haired man cried as he backed up, desperately throwing the rest of his daggers forward. Bell vanished out of sight before appearing in front of him with haunting glowing eyes. The man's horrified face was eternally frozen as he hit the ground with 2 slashes on his chest. Enemies required to be killed. 1. Enemies killed. 5. The only other 2 people alive stared in absolute horror at the scene before them. He killed them all in an instant. Canoe's legs trembled as he took a step back. A level. 1 dash. No. Did you hide your real level? Lily's stunned eyes grew in shock. Belsama leveled up. He continued to walk for Canoe in silence, his form splattered with blood and dull eyes. Staring ahead. Why you think you'll get away with this? The man shouted, putting whatever bravery he had left into angrily yelling. Zedzanis will find out. He knows about you and Ard. Bell stopped walking. Zanis. He muttered quietly, eyes narrowing. Is he your captain? Why you just made an enemy out of the entire Soma familia? You'll never know a day of peace. Canoe ignored him, desperate insanity in his eyes as he pointed Lily's magic sword at him. So if you know what's good for you, you'll drop dead right here. An explosion of flames rushed forward. Bell raised his palm and fired his own. Both barrages of magic rushed forward and collided in the center, but the moment Bell's flames came into contact with its opposition, they roared. The violet storm consumed its inferior counterpart with a violent flare, largely surging right for Canoe. The following explosion sent the man flying back, crashing on his back with half of his legs, and part of his arm blown off. The rest of his body wasn't any better, with burnt skin and shrapnel melted into him. Ah! He screamed with blood-red eyes as purple flames continued to burn on him, unable to put them out no matter how much he desperately flailed. I didn't think you'd be resistant, but it must still hurt a lot. Bell stood before the man, the faintest signs of pity in his eyes. He put out the flames and brandished his dagger. I'm sorry. I'll make it stop. W8. Ugh, please. Canoe raised his remaining hand in desperation, face half-scorched. Don't kill Mr. Ah. Promise I'll leave ya and Arda whole one. I'll give ya all my money, and get ya. Shum Shoma. I tell be that best drink YAV ever had. Lie. Bell narrowed his eyes. Is that why you've always stolen from Lily? For a drink? His eyes flashed purple. How long has she suffered because of people like you, so selfish that you've only ever taken from? Ha! And now you're begging for your life when you didn't hesitate trying to take ours. He closed his eyes and shook his head in disappointment. It's too late for anything now, and we both know that the moment you leave, you'll tell everyone that we attacked you. I'm sorry. No. Please dash. Blood splattered along the ground with a single swipe, followed by dead silence. Bell stood, as still as a statue as he stared at the bleeding corpse of Lily's most horrible tormentor, his dagger vanishing into his inventory. With a deep, lamenting sigh, Bell slowly turned his gaze toward his supporter. Sitting up and staring at him with barren eyes, Lily trembled, her gaze not having moved from him the entire time. Why you killed them? All of them. Bell's orbs matched hers in emptiness. I'm sorry, Lily. Her breath hitched as the corners of his mouth curled into a broken, helpless smile. I guess I'm not a good person after all. He was ruined. The pure, innocent boy who saved her was ruined. He would never be the same again. And Lily knew it was all her fault. Chapter end notes. Yeah, the past chapters of Bell's development have definitely been leading up to that moment. I hope you enjoyed his absolute massacre because I absolutely loved writing that entire section. Now, I think some of you will complain that, oh, it's that system uses me and I use system BS, his becoming edgy. But keep in mind, while it's in a similar context of realizing the extent of the system's intentions, Bell still holds most of who he is, and I work to show this in his thought process. I hope I showed enough of a difference between him and Sung Jin Woo because, unlike him, Bell actually has people he really cares about, including Lily in the moment that drove him to act. Now, onto something else, Bell's level up and growth as a whole. My initial plan had been to have him complete an original D-rank dungeon and then do the C-rank instant dungeon later before then fighting the Minotaur and leveling up, but then I thought actually about it and realized, what the fuck am I doing? Like, I don't know why I was purposely slowing down Bell's progress just to fit some events from Danmachi canon when the whole point of a solo leveling fic is to grow abnormally fast in the first place. Yes, I did have Bell still level up even faster than canon, but honestly, I think many of you would have agreed that he should have leveled up, or been close to it after beating that first E-rank dungeon, especially if we're scaling Hunter ranks to adventurer levels, since Sung Jin Woo went up a higher rank in power from that first dungeon alone. So yeah, I had to change things so that the C-rank instant dungeon from solo leveling is now this D-rank 1 instead. Completely my fault. However, keep in mind that although the system's dungeons help Bell grow incredibly, Arario's dungeon isn't actually as impressive to him unless he goes deeper, which he hasn't been doing up till now, so he didn't grow as fast as you would have expected without many instant dungeons. The monsters of the instant dungeons are far more dangerous than a majority of monsters on the upper floors of Arario's dungeon, where he's been fighting, which has been my excuse as to why he hasn't seemed to have grown as fast as Sung Jin Woo in his universe. But now, Bell's got access to more dungeons and we're gonna be reaching the real stuff soon. After all, next is the S-rank dungeon Cerebus fight in terms of key events. However, just a disclaimer that he won't level up from it since it'll be just one battle, and his status has been reset from leveling up already, but the rest of the way is still gonna be fast. It's gonna be what happens after Cerebus when another opportunity comes, hee. Not gonna lie, while I do try to plan ahead with most of my writing, sometimes I write impulsively in terms of events that happen that could contradict or mess up the pace of my own work, so I'm sorry, but enough of that. Next time, we see the aftermath of Bell and Lily's mentalities after what he's done. His, not really okay, but not destroyed either. The system makes sure of that. I hope you enjoyed this chapter and will excitedly await to hear your thoughts on it. End notes. I'm honestly really proud of how I wrote this chapter. To me, it feels like everything that happened felt natural and flowed well. I hope it was the same for all of you. Oh, and I hope the formatting of the system notifications was good, because I made it so they centered the page to better fit the aesthetic of the system itself. Let me know if that looks good for you. And as always, if you want to see this continued, leave me comments letting me know. I'll be posting this in fanfiction.net too, and if one of the two sites gets enough comments, I'll continue it for the other one too. Have a nice day. Please drop by the archive and comment to let the creator know if you enjoyed their work. And that's all for today, folks. The next part is on its way, so unless you want to be that one person who hears about it last, like and subscribe now to stay ahead of the game. Trust me, you won't want to miss what happens next. It's about to get epic. Thanks for listening. Catch you in the next chapter.